Not that it was.
I feel amazing, like a bride on his wedding day. What? It'll be a piece of cake. It's like my penis enhancement. I want it to hang down to my knees. They moved up my. Are you kidding? Feel good. Feel like I want to giggle behind my hand. That really looked at that purple one.
of Reuben, for example, he says he was right next to the towers. Yeah, but I know for a fact he was a fact, wake of the attack, you would say something that you went in this video. I wanted to take some vendors and outrageous. So let's just the 9/11 attacks. The official death toll. There are 2,717 different types of aquatic creatures in Minecraft. Here are those being unique types of tropical fish. Some ran 77, but there were over 6,000 missing persons. Of those, 44 were for people who were still alive or never existed at all. Shortly after the attacks, the department that was in charge of claims got a call from a William Long saying that his brother Stephen and Cantor Fitzgerald. Now, due to its unfortunate position, all of Cantor Fitzgerald's employees passed away once the claim ends. William requested a death certificate, but was told that he needed some kind of documentation proving that his brother was there before they could give it to him. So William faxed them an email exchange between Stephen and his boss. But there was something fishy about all this. So U.S. Marshals started looking into the claim. They interviewed several Cantor employees who were lucky enough to not be in the building that day, and not a single person heard of a Stephen Lung. There was also no documentation proving his employment. It was pretty obvious that Steve not only had not died, but he was also alive. I proved this shit. So Stephen might have been alive, but he was nowhere to be found. It would take months for the marshals to finally track his ass down. On February 12, 2002, Stephen Lung was arrested at a post office in Manhattan, ironically not far from Ground Zero. And for it, Steve admitted that he orchestrated the whole thing to avoid being charged. Well, apparently, during 9/11, this schmuck was out on bail for trying to obtain a U.S. passport with a fake Social Security. Oh, and his brother, William, the one who was so concerned about his well-being, didn't even exist. That was just Stephen pretending. The judge presiding over his case was understandably pissed that this guy used a national tragedy for his own personal gain. So they threw the book at him, gave him 4 years in prison. You know, I'm actually impressed. Bro turned a minor passport charge that would have gotten him a few months probation at first into a multi-year prison sentence. It's kind of funny. You can't deny that. Oh, and speaking of funny, that's a great segue into our next person. Steve Renazzisi is a comedian best known for his role as Kevin on FX's The League, and that's pretty much it. Oh yeah, he was also in Paul Blart Mall Cop, so that's pretty cool. Before becoming a comedian, Steve's life was much different. He was working as an air floor at the South Tower. You know what? Well, I'll just let him tell the story.
Second tower. Yeah. Yeah. That was the second tower of 9/11. Yeah. There's nothing we're doing with the joke or this is like real. The first tower got hit. We were like, jostled all over the place, and then Port Authority came on the loudspeaker and they were like, "Hey, explosion in Tower 1. Things are being taken care of. Everyone remain where you are. Stay calm." I went downstairs to see what's going on. I walk outside, I see the fire and everything, and then I watch the second plane hit the second tower. Like on your tower, you hear it. You're like, "Oh, yeah."
After the national tragedy, Steve realized that life was too precious to waste on some career he hate. So he quit his job and moved across the country with his wife to try to make it as a comedian in LA. And guys, let me tell you, being a comedian is the toughest job in the world. Probably second only to being a Twitch streamer. And Steve had a really hard time trying to stand out. But after 2 years of grinding the road, he finally hit his first big break.
Slowly bring it up. That's really nice. Yeah. Bend your knees a little bit. Bring it up slowly. Really good. Very nice. Now that hurt at all?
But his career wouldn't really take off till 2009 when he was cast as Kevin in The League. This role was like a shot of steroids for his career. He started selling out shows, got his own comedy special, and even scored his own ad campaign with Buffalo Wild Wings. Since he was famous now, Steve naturally got invited on a bunch of podcasts hosted by other comedians, which would turn out to be the biggest mistake of his life. Now, guys, I don't know if you're aware of this or not, but the comedy world is very small. There's only about 200 elite level comedians in the world.
There's so few of us. And worldwide, there's maybe 500 of us on the planet. You gotta be real generous and say 500 because it's really probably about 250. Right. Like legit comics.
Prior to 2009, Steve never publicly shared his 9/11 experience, but it was widely known throughout comedian circles. In fact, he even had a nickname, 9/11 guy. Honestly, that's a pretty cool nickname if you're a white guy. If you're like a Pakistani gas station clerk, probably not. So inevitably, this story would come up almost every time he did one of these podcasts. He even talked about it in one of his friends' comedy specials. But the problem was, every time Steve told the story, he brought more and more heat on himself. And by 2015, the heat was strong enough to melt steel beams. On September 16, 2015, the New York Times released a bombshell article exposing Steve Renazizi's lies. Not only was he not in the South Tower that day, he wasn't even admitted that against you. They didn't even have a rich, didn't even have this in between that. So this is I love these questions. I did this all respected and this was really nice. Steve was desperately to he had to figure out a way to stand out against like thousands of other civilians trying to claw their way with that. So he made a thing. There's no like behind the escaping of those terrorists of the Americans. They just kind of static to become except for like this is some shit there. And I feel this as I go back. It feels like everything sounds like the country of the past has been it's a game that's controlling making a 3-minute whether it's a clear. I can't be there all because I signal that sitting at the comments. Here for me, yeah. So yeah, you bring that paper around, yeah, it's down. I'm getting it. Yeah, I have 15 seconds. I don't know. Stop. That's not 15 seconds. It's sort of like that might have to be, very straight and very just kind of apply to me. Yeah, make it yourself. I could find it. So people yeah, this appearance was familiar for people. Everything else. It's weird since this almost had to be the Steve, it was very, very stupid. Comedians lie about stuff for months. For sure, get into their career based on fakes. At least Steve didn't try to profit off of it like some other people we're going to talk about later. But speaking of profit, I don't know if you guys have noticed, but lost a little bit of weight recently. People keep asking me, Dan, how did you do this? It's very simple. Nicotine, Ozempic, and Rhino pills. I'm kidding you, it's diet for the side. Unfortunately means I had to cut out my favorite sweet treat, cereal. Luckily, I partnered with Magic Spoon. Magic Spoon has, wait a minute, am I reading this right? 0 grams of sugar per serving? Plus it's high in protein and has no artificial colors? Which means I can finally enjoy a bowl of cereal guilt-free. Huh. Almost guilt-free. I still feel bad about that hooker. Oh, and they also have these cereal bars, which are delicious, by the way. No joke. Magic Spoon sent me 4 boxes of these guys, and I've already gone through 3 of them before I could film this ad. They're really good as a healthy snack between meals. So, guys, click the link in the description or scan this here QR code to try Magic Spoon and get $5 off. They're so confident you'll love their product that they even offer a money-back guarantee, which is rare for cereal. Again, link in description or scan the QR for $5 off. And thank you, Magic Spoon, for sponsoring this video. Anyway, so let's get back to the video, shall we? As a child, whenever Fred Parisi was asked what he wanted to be when he grew up, his answer was always the same: NYPD police officer. In 1999, his dream would finally come true. But just 2 years later, that dream turned into a nightmare because I don't know, national tragedy. Parisi was at ground zero that day, and many days after, sifting through blood, bone, and concrete, trying to save as many people as possible, which left him with lifelong medical issues, including a severe lung disease. But as was the case with many other first responders, Fred felt like the government and insurance companies weren't doing nearly enough to support him. So he took matters into his own hands and founded the 9/11 Rescue Worker Foundation, which would go on to become one of the biggest charities of its kind and raised hundreds of thousands for first responders and their families. He would continue to serve as the foundation's president for several years until March 29th, 2008. Fred was headlining one of his many charity fundraiser events when a group of police officers walked into the building. The other people in attendance started clapping, thinking that the cops were there to thank Fred for all his hard work. Instead, they put him in handcuffs and took him to jail. Now, you're probably thinking this had something to do with fraud related to his charity, but actually it was for the unrelated crime of stealing $300,000 from his friend and business partner. But I mean, come on, who among us hasn't slimed a buddy or two for a quick buck? At the end of the day, the guy had done so much good and helped so many. Still, though, it made a lot of people suspicious. And after his arrest, the New Jersey State Attorney's Office started looking into Parisi's foundation. Turned out that he was raising and giving lots of money to first responders, but he was giving even more money to himself. They stay sued Parisi after they uncovered that the schmuck had spent $75,000 on dentist appointments, restaurants, and mortgages for him and his mother. I'm not gonna lie, that is pretty bad. Hey, he still helped people on 9/11, right? As an NYPD police officer. So it's not completely evil. Well, that is true. He did help people by directing traffic while the real heroes risked their lives at Ground Zero. Turns out the dude was still in the police academy in Brooklyn when the towers went down. He wasn't anywhere near Ground Zero. It gets worse. He was kicked out of the police academy 2 months after 9/11 after his boss found out he was previously arrested for impersonating a police officer. Now, Parisi claimed that these accusations were part of a conspiracy to ruin his good name, which might have been believable if he didn't have a long history of doing stupid shit. Since 1991, Parisi has bounced around several police precincts, never lasting more than a year or so. In between jobs, he would still drive around a police car and pretend to be a cop.
In the late 90s, he was convicted of impersonating a Jersey City police officer while repossessing a car. A year prior, he was dismissed from the Pasiac, New Jersey Police Department for allegedly falsifying documents. And although Parisi allegedly stole GPS, who was a retired Iowa State trooper, was fired within his first year on the job. Parisi was previously convicted in New Jersey for impersonating a U.S. Secret Service agent. He obtained a genuine set of Secret Service credentials to make a fake set for himself. He was caught. He tried to use the credentials to get out of a traffic ticket.
In fact, just this year, this mother sucker was found guilty of impersonating an officer and hitting a homeless man with his car. He's currently serving 16 years in prison for these shenanigans. Oh, and it wasn't just cops that he impersonated.
You also learn that Parisi is accused of impersonating a priest.
Yeah, when news got out that Parisi was an absolute scumbag, it sent shockwaves throughout the first responder community. A lot of them had become friends with Parisi over the years and felt betrayed, including one Charles Giles, who was personally screwed out of thousands of dollars by Fred. When he heard the news, Charles remarked he deserves to rot in jail, which, as you'll see in a few minutes, is a very funny statement. So let's talk about Charles Giles for a second. Charles was working as an EMT on September 11th. Unlike most of these people, he was actually there. And there's proof. While our boy Charles was out there saving lives, one of the towers collapsed and he was buried under a pile of rope. Luckily for him, he was saved by a brave police officer named Mark Myers, who Charles referred to as his guardian angel.
This gentleman, this hero, this guardian angel that I knew as at that point 1236, grabbed me and tried to get me to the exit, get us to the exit. He just came over to me and pulled me into the area that turned out to be a plane, and he saved a lot of lives. And then they find out at the Catholic retreat that 1236 comes back to a Port Authority contact name.
For the next 3 months, Charles continued to go to Ground Zero and assist with the cleanup, which unfortunately left him with a long list of medical issues. And if that wasn't bad enough, all these health issues left him with crippling medical debt. The guy could barely afford to pay his mortgage and was in danger of getting foreclosed on. Luckily, the community was there for him. His friends, family, and several charity groups donated thousands to get Charles back on his feet. Now, guys, here comes the bad part, okay? The sad reality is that Most of that money was going to cannolis and meatball subs. Remember Mark Myers, the guy who saved Giles' life? Well, that guy was nowhere near ground zero that day. Okay, he says he never met Charles Giles in his life.
Never saw the person, never met the person. I was never inside the building. According to Paul Bell, the movie collapsed. Not true. No, it's true. None of it's true.
I interviewed Mark Bonner.
Okay,
He says he never met you.
okay,
He says he doesn't know why you're saying that he rescued you. He was never even in the building.
okay. And I will doubt it.
But wait, hold on. What about the video evidence I showed earlier? Well, some people analyzed it and it turns out it wasn't near the rubble at all. Like, yeah, he was in Manhattan that day being a paramedic, but everything else was a complete fabrication. Okay, so far we've seen people that lied about 9/11 for money, for fame, for personal gain. But the last person we're going to talk about just did it for the love of the game. Dave Jimenez had the perfect life. At just 24, he was a senior manager at Deloitte, one of the largest consulting firms in the world. He was also engaged to the love of his life, Tanya. Together, the two of them not only had the perfect relationship, but they also lived the type of extravagant lifestyle you and I could only dream. But on September 11th, that dream come crumbling down like a good analogy here. Dave and Tanya both worked in the Twin Towers. On the morning of the 11th, they kissed each other goodbye and headed to their offices. Dave's was on the 99th floor of the North Tower, while Tanya worked on the 96th floor of the South Tower. The North Tower was struck at 8:46 a.m. The plane hit the 91st floor, which meant that Dave and everyone else above the impact zone were now trapped. Meanwhile, Tanya was finishing up a meeting when she felt the building shake violently. First, she was startled, then confused, and then horrified when she saw a giant cloud of smoke coming from the other building. She counted the floors trying to see if it was near her husband's office. She tried calling him, the phone lines were out. Security got on the intercom and told everyone to stay calm and stay put until they figured out what was happening. To hell with them, Tanya thought. She had to make sure her husband was okay. So, defying their orders, Tanya took her assisting Christine, and they both made their way down to the 78th floor where they could take an elevator down to the lobby. The only problem was they weren't the only ones with this idea. The 78th was absolutely jam-packed with people trying to leave, and the limited amount of elevators meant that everyone had to wait and go down in shifts. The fear and uncertainty in the room was palpable. By now, people heard that a plane hit the first tower, but no one had any idea how bad it really was, how much worse it was going to get. As Tanya waited for her elevator, she was startled by a woman screaming, "Another plane is coming! Another plane is coming!" Tanya thought the woman was being stared at. She looked out the window. There it was, 767, sitting so cold. Midnight 3 a.m. The second plane was 77 a.m. As the plane hit the building to the south, leaving the air and her back. She looked a few seconds later, she was surrounded by fire and the full form. So they were the next floor for seats and it was fine. Smelling the bats, they also she was desperate to escape the scene in the elevator as an illusion. I got it there so the feet completely cases her life was flashing through the eyes of the feeling so scared back into her hand. So we laid a red band-aid and was like sure. So I made her realize that she was on fire. The man was looking at her. So the wind from the angel feet and on the rest of the surface. I think something purposely staircase goes the means easily escaping and then it's married her and stand which was not an easy task. Eventually the man's helped and I made it a central halfway safety. The idea was spending the next few weeks in the like paid with physical aid, some of the things. Actually, as much as possible, let's bring it for that to be. That means we certainly everything like that. Ironically, this was the same month that they were supposed to get married. In her brief, Tanya joined a internet forum for 9/11 survivors. Now, it should be mentioned that at the time, survivors weren't really taken seriously. They were considered lucky to have escaped with their lives. Public sympathy was mostly reserved for victims and first responders. Members of this forum really relied on each other for moral support, and Tanya was no exception. She poured her heart out, telling everyone about how she suffered from horrible PTSD, nightmares, and panic attacks. Worst of all, was in love with her life. Now, guys, this is probably going to come as an absolute shock, but Tanya grossly exaggerated her experiences, okay? I know you weren't expecting this M. Night Shyamalanian level twist, but stick around because it gets so much more wild. This is just the tip of the iceberg. Now, Tanya's story had a lot of holes in it, which we will get into, but obviously nobody thought anyone would be psychotic enough to spread misinformation in a 9/11 form. So, all the members took Tanya's tale at face value. Speaking of face, you guys notice her face is way too small for her head. Not that it matters, I just can't stop noticing. Anyways, Tanya became like a celebrity amongst the survivors. While all of them had their own traumatic stories to tell, Tanya's was just so much more intense. But hey, she wasn't there just to vent. She helped the other members a lot, gave them a shoulder to cry on, and gave them advice on how to cope with the trauma, which everyone really appreciated. Eventually, Tanya and a few others decided that the survivors deserved a voice outside of this small forum. So they got together and formed the World Trade Center Survivors Network. Since Tanya had a ton of managerial experience at her previous job, she took on a large role. With her help, the survivors were given permission to take a tour of the World Trade Center courtyard since it's cleaned up. This was a big deal because originally the site had only been open to first responders and family members of victims. Like I said, the survivors weren't really taken seriously, but now they were finally starting to have a voice. And it was all thanks to this beautiful broad. From there, Tanya got involved in all sorts of events and fundraisers. Now, she was usually the center of attention at these events, which she loved. Well, most of the time. What Tanya didn't love was the attention she was getting from the media. She was adamant that she didn't want her story to make it into the mainstream for reasons. A month later, whenever journalists would try to get too close, the other members of the survivors group would literally shield Tanya, like form a line in front of her so that they couldn't get too close. Despite her best efforts, though, Tanya was inevitably coming into the spotlight. Eventually, she caved and did a short interview with Time Magazine's Amanda Riley, who quoted Tanya in an article. People cannot understand. We saw things. We had to make life or death decisions. The higher the floor, the more lonely you were. We can't get rid of my fear that's going to happen again. This interview was just a taste of what's to come. In 2060, the 9/11 Tribute Museum, they plan to offer guided tours every year on the anniversary of the attacks. And guess who was chosen to lead the very first tour? Our girl Tanya. Now, this was not going to be your average run-of-the-mill 9/11 tour. It was going to be attended by New York royalty, including Michael Bloomberg, New York Governor George Pataki, and of course, former Mayor Rudy Giuliani. Hey, I wonder what he's been up to.
Financial trouble is only mounting for former mayor of New York City, Rudy Giuliani. Giuliani is now on the hook for possibly thousands of dollars after losing a defamation lawsuit to Georgia election workers.
Oh, wow. Now, when Tanya was first selected to headline this tour, she was excited, but in the weeks leading up to it, she was shitting her pants. A lot of eyeballs would be on her, and with them, a lot of scrutiny. When the day came, though, she absolutely did out of the park. The three politicians that were with her showered her with praise and admiration. The media, who she was so terrified of, gave her a glowing review. To behold her smile is to know the terrorists did not even come close to winning. To see that smile is also to be talented, to be as decent and positive as this true survivor. Everything went better than Tanya could have ever hoped, but this would end up being a huge mistake. But for now, Tanya was enjoying the attention, and a lot of people in the crowd were inspired by her courage and positivity, including filmmaker Angelo Guglielmo. Wanted to make a documentary about Tanya's story. She was hesitant at first, but eventually agreed. Again, another terrible mistake. Angelo shot 2 long-form interviews with Tanya. Much of the time was spent talking about Dave. But let's put a pin in this documentary business for now. By this point, Tanya had become like a rock star in the Survivor community. Not only was she the co-chair of the Survivors Network, but she was largely responsible for putting them in limelight. And she was doing all this while working a full-time job, by the way. Obviously, that's a lot of pressure. And it was starting to get to her. Tanya was quickly becoming mentally and emotionally unstable, often taking out her frustrations on other survivors. Her friend Linda recalled that Tanya would snap at her and insult her and even downplay her 9/11 experience. And Linda wasn't the only victim of Tanya's outbursts. During a 9/11 anniversary parade, Tanya had a full mental breakdown. She started yelling at and insulting members of the group. Not an uncommon occurrence. Whenever this happened, the other survivors would coddle Tanya like a baby. It's like no one else was allowed to grieve, and she was the only one who could have any attention. The 9/11 Survivors Network was starting to resemble a cult, with Tanya as the head. Huh? Oh, wait, I forgot to mention her last name is Head. So that's actually a really good job. The other members of the network saw themselves as below Tanya, their leader who could do no wrong. And Tanya slowly began asserting more and more control over the group. She spent several hours a day moderating the internet forum, telling people what they could or couldn't say. She basically became a Reddit bot, which is fitting because, Tanya's behavior led to a lot of tension with some of the other members of the forum, particularly a guy by the name of Jim Janko. Oh, wait, sorry, I meant Jim Janko. Now, Jim joined the group because he had a tremendous amount of survivor's guilt to the point where he considered taking his own life. The forum was basically the only thing keeping him stable. But that didn't matter because Tanya didn't like it. One day, after making a post she disagreed with, she completely banned Jim from the entire forum. And here's the most bad-shit same thing of all. She then accused Jacob of being a fraud, saying that he hadn't even been near the towers that day. She accused multiple people of fabricating their stories. And every time she did, whoever she accused would be ostracized from the group. The power was clearly going to Tanya's head, but she decided to take things a step further and stage a full-on coup of the group. Gary Bogax was the creator of the original Survivors, and he was also the founder and co-chair of the WTC Survivors Network. After Jerry voiced some concerns about Tanya's behavior, she went nuts. Gave him a list of reasons why he wasn't fit to lead the group with her. She also convinced him that other members of the group shared this opinion, too scared to say anything, and that it was best if he stepped down, which eventually he did. Afterwards, Tanya convinced the board to eliminate the co-chair position entirely, making her the president. It was kind of like in Star Wars Episode 3 where the Senate voted for Palpatine to become, except worse.
That's.
Tanya's new position practically gave her unlimited power, and her first move was to kick Jerry Bogax out of the group. At this point, the survivors group went from cult-like to more cult-like. Most of the other survivors worshipped Head and had an unquestioning loyalty towards her, but not everyone was a devout member of the cult of Tanya. Some people were starting to ask questions. Enter Brandon Schellis, one of the original members of the forum, along with Jerry. Brandon couldn't help but notice inconsistencies. For example, sometimes Tanya would refer to Dave as her fiance and other times as her husband. Now, Tanya talked about Dave a lot, but one detail she never really mentioned was his last name. There was only about 2 or 3 people that she ever revealed his last name to, including Brandon Schellis. So one day, Brandon Googled Dave and get ready for this. He didn't exist. Well, that's not true. He did exist. Just not the version that Tanya had invented. Dave was a real person who passed away in the tower. And from what Brandon saw, he was a terrific human being. But in all the memorials and obituaries about him, there's never any mention of a fiance. So Brandon knew something was up, but he didn't want to be kicked out of the group like Tanya's other enemies. So he kept his mouth shut. Luckily, he wouldn't need to say anything because Tanya's time was about to be up. Outside of the Survivors Network, Tanya was a big deal in New York City, and not just because she looked like a Macy's parade float. That tour she did with Bloomberg and Giuliani was absolutely massive. and every newspaper in the city wanted a piece of her. Tanya was hounded day and night by journalists. One guy in particular, David Dunlop, would constantly ask Tanya questions about her experience on the century to a mental breakdown. She was hysterically ungrateful. And this journalist was your privacy, your reality. I was asking very basic questions. Where the shield? What's the food from these things like that? To make it to her friends every that's a complete deal. At the end of the day, it's something from the latest documentary which came in for basic questions. That's what's going to get through fields notes. Status is troopers in the shade. Afraid that it falls so with their pain. Killing everything. Sense, the French Janice, David, ever suggested that you come with me. This is blue days, speaking together after the place is a very late speak for your Janice. It's some of us say some very, very good things. You know, tonight it's okay. I don't get it. Visiting things and accident. Thanks. We get this, you know, if we pay for people, it's gonna against you if it matters a few things here and there. You know, that's what as you can imagine, Janice was completely this the same person she was her friend. Everybody told her, you have those over the years. That day, Janice was a big thing. Everything so she also just like that. Respect that I feel like for me, for two things that are fleeing, makes me for me to a few days later, that the entire that Tani was sus. Still say sus. The Times noted that Merrill Lynch, where Tani supposedly worked, had no record of her ever working with her. Similarly, Dave's family said they had never heard of Tanya and that his emails had shown no evidence of her. His roommates in Manhattan also never met her. The true extent of her lies wasn't revealed until much later. You guys remember Angelo, the guy making the documentary on Tanya? After hearing the news, he felt like he was stabbed in the heart. So he called Tanya trying to make sense of everything, where she ignored it. It was clear he wasn't going to get any answers from her. So he took matters into his own hands and flew to her native Barcelona to get to the bottom of things. He would spend the next few weeks interviewing Tanya's friends, family, and anyone else who was willing to talk. What he found out was a doozy. Tanya wasn't just exaggerating her story. No, she had completely made up every single detail, including her own name. That's right. This biatch's name wasn't Tanya Head at all. It was Alicia Esteve. Turns out, Alicia had a bit of a habit of making up stories since she was young, often about all the boyfriends she was dating. She was also obsessed with the U.S. She was kind of like a weed for America and had always dreamed of living in New York City. So after getting her degree, she decided to move to the Big Apple after 9/11. That's right. She wasn't even in the country when it happened. In hindsight, her story is so ridiculous that it's a surprise anyone believed it. Once again, Merrill Lynch did not have a fucking office in the Twin Towers. Plus, there was only 17 minutes between the two planes crashing. You expect me to believe this big body walked down 21 flights of stairs in 17 minutes? I think not. And then she got carried down the rest of the way? Get fucking real. The fact that it took journalists years to catch on blows my absolute mind. Then again, I guess you don't really want to be the guy accusing a 9/11 victim of faking it. Anyways, the documentary Angelo was making turned into an expose halfway through. I highly recommend you guys watch it or read the book he wrote about. After the truth came out, Tanya disappeared off the face of the earth. She never apologized and never even acknowledged her deceit. Bitch.
This is how the science not all this exploit is a
But Saitama had a school to settle. He wanted to teach her a lesson, but she had no light to the bush. Anyway, Saitama survived that night, and she snapped. Tatsumaki she's her own psyche out, trying to strangle Saitama's psyche, taking it back, lower her back, and only touches his muscles. Tatsumaki believes Saitama is the new, but it turns out Saitama powers behind the will, and Saitama's mental and spirit is too dense to control, but it's the twist. Saitama gives Tatsumaki permission to go without and let all her frustration go. Once she actually enjoys the fight, and by the end, Tatsumaki respects Saitama and learns a lesson of strength. Saitama then complements her power and she crushes it. Then asks for a second day, meaning the strongest as much as for feelings. This is how Tatsumaki. What the hell is this? These bears fight. What the hell is this? Why are these bears smiling? Jesus. This is how Tatsumaki from the side to sweat. Not on the sheet straight from the side of my head. Said he wanted to take it on the lesson, but she had no light. She was messing with Saitama to light the fire. She snapped. Tatsumaki, she's the most out trying to spread the cycle for cycle, taking it back. No back and only to the muscle. Tatsumaki believes Saitama is the new, but it turns out Saitama powers behind the willpower. And Saitama is meant is too dense to drop the head. Did Charlie Kirk know what happened to him? Did he experience anything? We're not going to show parts of the video of what happened to him, and I don't recommend that you watch it because it's quite graphic. Do not overheat the video of Charlie Kirk. Please, for the love of God, careful look that I get in, but I will be discussing what happened to better answer the question of if Charlie knew what happened to him and if he experienced it. First, my thoughts and prayers with Charlie Smith. It was September 10th that Charlie Kirk was doing this famous question and answer around his campus. This seems to me sort of Charlie had his famous 10-7 and he's done countless times. How we doing, Washington State? How we doing, Michigan State? All right, you guys know how it works. We want to ask people line forming here and just read from the front. And there were thousands of people eager to hear Charlie Kirk answer questions. Oh, yeah. Charlie Kirk event parking lot across the street. It's the places getting panicked. I knew it would be. I don't know. Did I ask a question or anything yet? I got a word now. We spent 2 weeks for years going to the colleges across the country filming and putting it on social media, which if you have been involved in social media, I'm sure you have seen. Why? On the microphone, you said, well, I'm worried about some lost longer. Can you be specific? This is the Utah Valley University. This is first of the new school year to verbally debate the young college students who strongly agree or disagree with them and everything in between. Charlie's turning to the USAT for this little TikTok skit for the event.
Hey guys, we're back.
They were so excited and they were starting the universities of Charlie Kirk to students at different colleges. This next stop was actually Colorado State University on September 18th, and I was expected to go because I live just an hour and a half south of CSU. This is more than an assassination of a political figure. It's an assassination of free speech. No matter what you believe, whether you agree with him 100% of the time, disagree, or whatever, he was just peacefully talking. West, right? Holy Spirit brought me here to challenge you to a gentleman's fist fight right here in front of this over. Albert,
Listen. No, he just wanted to hear Barry. The pain tolerant say give his opinion. Young men need a masculine figure around so that they can teach them how to use their violent impulse. A young woman needs a father around so she can see hopefully the type of man one day that she would want to marry. So you think that poverty equals crime?
I think that it's highly correlated, and there's a lot of
This is where we disagree. We need more fathers, not less. Yeah, a lot of people disagree, especially on college campuses. But that's what was so interesting. Close to being a fascist. Let's go through this. I am fascist. Dude, like, can you name one thing I believe that's fascist? You believe that, like, I suck up that fascist. I let the people who disagree as open mind to talk to me for 2 hours uninterrupted. Okay, I'm gonna fascist. He's teaching the youth who disagree with him. And it's okay to disagree. Just calmly talk, and disagreement over politics should never turn violent. I don't know. Immigration customs and enforcement. Hey, don't have a nice day. Let's have a conversation. I wish we could be here without having my hat thrown up and stuff, but what we as a culture have to get back to, they have that peaceful disagreement where violence is not. So it was interesting that he was doing college campuses as a conservative. You know why? Yeah, because colleges have historically been known to be quite liberal. Campuses are islands and totalitarians. That's my that campuses because they're so homogeneously to the left, and he garnered a lot of attention for doing that. Not to like call me a racist to my face or intellectual power to want to shout it from 30 feet away. I gotta say, your protesters are kind of weak here, guys. And some colleges have been known to be socially, academically, and even physically dangerous to conservatives on campus.
You're supposed to you have ever seen in my life.
Which gave young conservatives the courage to also speak their views without fear.
I thought it was like an improv comedy thing. It looked so ridiculous that I didn't even think it was real.
Well, no, you can see, look how popular Trump is on your campus. How does that make you feel? Since a college campuses force colleges to confront their own prejudices and students that free speech and every, not just one political side. So I do have a friendship that I got known for. Okay, disclosing bias, 100% bias. Whether you hate him or love him, why would you hate him or love him? He just has a job to do. But I also love what he did as president. Okay. By mobilizing conservative voices and tradition spaces, he helped create reframe down style in a safer environment for those who silenced.
Jesus Christ was a real person. He lived a perfect life. He was crucified, died, and rose on the third day, and he is Lord and God over all. That day, the second questioner was at the microphone. Charlie Kern questions. Okay, and mine is one, right? I'm going to give you this credit. Do you know how many massacres there have been in America over the last 10 years? Counts and are not counting any violence. Right. That's what I was saying. Sadly struck Charlie on the left side of his neck. Carrying his C5. Apparent rupture is artery of the jugular vein, causing sudden and massive see entrance approximately the size of the time, but appeared much larger in footage of the event due to surrounding meeting. Although there was no clear footage of the exit, they tend to be much larger than the entrance in flesh. It's because the force of the bullet creates a temporary cavity, pushing massive movement as the bullet exits. The bullet was fired from a high power 30-06 round. That is the 30-06. They fill it near very easily, given the trajectory of the bullet coming from his left downwards to his right. This is where he would have been on his podium. She spin it around. This is supposedly where the gunman was. You can see here that it was a perfect line of sight. Likely that is called severe spinal damage, possibly something is creepy paralysis due to injury at the C4-C5 level, where the nerves that control the diaphragm can often remembered in medicine with the saying C345 keeps the diaphragm. When Charlie was struck, the transfer of energy through his body was apparent, with his body jolting and his white t-shirt flapping. Both of his arms bent at the elbows, moving instantly towards his chest and just past the knee. Sadly followed by him instantly slipping his chair to his left.
In the arm that Matthew Charlie Kirk, we're getting several calls. We're trying to get more information. 14 copy. How many injured do we have? Just one person.
Running away from the campus today with Charlie Kirk. Sounds like he got shot.
And his chest is due to, if not, forensic science as decorticate posturing. However, that's unlikely. Decorticate posturing occurs when higher brain areas like the cerebral hemispheres are badly damaged, cutting off the with the cortex offline, the red nucleus of the midbrain takes over, relaxing the arms while the brain stem reflex pathways extend the legs, producing fantastic arms to core look. Since Charlie's cerebrum is apparent directly, decorticating posturing is unlikely, and immediate loss of blood to the brain does not typically result in immediate decorticate posturing. Instead, loss of blood to the brain would have led to rapid unconsciousness and fluorescent collapse. Therefore, his arms instantly waking up like that. The being hit was apparently due to instant involuntary defensive reflex. If someone physically scares you, what do you do without thinking? Right hands up in front of your body to defend and protect your head, neck, and core. You may be wondering if severe damage to the spinal cord and C4-C5 caused Charlie to lose consciousness. Is the massive currency. The jugular vein carries the oxygenated blood down from the brain, while the carotid artery pumps the oxygen-rich blood up to the brain. So what happens when both are catastrophically ruptured? Right, the jugular vein drains blood from the brain out of the body, while the carotid artery continuously pumps the blood out of the body with each heartbeat. So since Charlie likely had an elevated rate from exciting the crowd just minutes earlier during his entrance, his rapid pulse and accelerated. Some suffers a catastrophic attack that destroys a carotid artery and jugular vein. The mind only has a fleeting window to possibly register what happened. However, in Charlie's case, after analyzing the footage with a digital timer, was conscious for 4/10 of a second, and far too fast for his brain to even register what had happened to him. For the brain to register an event even briefly, it needs at least 1 to 2 seconds of continuous function after the injury. That would be just enough for a flash of shock of what just happened to them. If someone goes unconscious in less than about 1 second, the brain cannot register the injury or even register that something is very wrong. Psychological experience Is as if it never happened. No panic, no dread, no realization that it was about to blackout. It was neurologically impossible for him to psychologically realize anything was wrong. But what about pain? It takes approximately just 100 milliseconds to register pain in a neck due to its close proximity to the brain and spine. However, his blackout came so fast, his brain never had the opportunity to turn that raw signal into perception of pain. I have like movement specifically with his thing was nothing more than an involuntary defensive reflex, unconscious awareness for the result of any pain. He absolutely did not know he was shot, and psychologically was unable to register that anything catastrophic never happened. Although Charlie Kirk was taken from us far too soon, at 30 years old, with a wife and 2 young children, his passing was essentially instant. Experiencing any pain. R.I.P. Charlie Kirk, our thoughts and prayers. His friends. I read a comment on the video that really said a lot. He said something sweet. Yeah, no matter what you thought of his politics, he showed up to speak and listen to every LeBron or Jordy, greatest of all time. Yeah, Jordan, not even close. For real? 100%. I can break it down. Break it down. How many finals has LeBron lost to you? Over the last 10 years, Johnson are not trying to make finals. I was in the middle of saying, great, did you run a statistical analysis on that? Disagree on that's a human being, that's a father to children. I think about how that boy is not gonna have it ever. Because the free market is so pervasive. So here's the thing, no one's preventing you from living like a socialist. You can go do that. Your worldview will prevent me from living like an entrepreneur or like a captain. So inherently your ideology will not be cool. One of the biggest choices. He of course knew that he was in an initial physical danger as a conservative on college campuses. Yeah, why don't you read the shirt off for everybody?
My shirt, everybody, my shirt says Charlie Kirk.
If you have short hair, you must be a Nazi. Let's elevate our discussion above still itself, but believe that if he showed kindness and goodness, trusted to respond to see the enemy and not resort to violence. Everybody, do me a favor, please be respectful, okay?
I'm a queer person.
Can you tell me what that means? I mean that sincerely.
Have a nice day.
On there, you get right. Back from Civil War, because you start to think the other side is so evil and they lose their humanity is better than this, and that's what makes this so hard. How do you want your die? Everything just goes away. How would you, if you could be associated with one thing, how would you want to be remembered? I want to be remembered for courage, for humanity. That would be the most important thing. If you allow murderers to live, it's an insult to the victim. You are basically saying that murderer has more rights than the person that they murder. That they get to keep on acting, even though they like downtime. When you think about whatever. The relationship with the Charlie as a father. A young man chasing a says America's needs to kill activists against assassination and there's an issue, a very serious issue given reason and influence investigation. We can't treat their information as reasons such as the question if there's short terrorist assassination expected you should be for survivor those kinds of terrorists first to ask eventually to go civil turning against your he appeared agitated and nervous as he denied the information before I could come later And I just the absurdity of it simply here that some obvious that was my concern thing with her. I don't know, 1 second, but again, you may say it's so substance there. It's a there. So speculation assassination came to many people, myself. And there's a reason such that came as one journalist master field. Kirk was beginning to break ranks with the Zionists. He was questioning Israel. He was refusing Zionist money and platforming critics. And for that, he was met with intimidation and backlash from powerful Zionist figures. He was afraid of them. In this video, we'll dive into the article, lay out the claims, and we'll confront a very important question. Was Charlie Kirk's assassination just the act of a lone gunman, or was it a violent coup by Israel to gain control over the most influential conservative organization? There's a famous expression in Latin dating back to the classical period when attempting to identify criminal suspects. Cui bono, or who benefits? Question comes to mind when considering whether or not Israel is responsible for arranging Charlie Kirk's assassination. To even consider whether or not Israel may be responsible, you first have to believe that they somehow benefited. Therefore, for Israel to benefit from Charlie Kirk's assassination, Charlie Kirk would have to no longer be of benefit to Israel. To many, including myself, Charlie Kirk was a loyal, beneficial propagandist to Israel. He spent his entire career spreading the myth of Judeo-Christian values.
Yes, I am.
This country was founded on it is a gift of the Lord, and we must honor that. He routinely named Israel America's greatest ally and propagated the land that Palestinians never existed. I don't think the place exists. Because it doesn't. It's called Judea and Samaria. It's not real. It's a non-existent place.
All of this served Israel and Zionism, and the organization he founded, Turning Point USA, received tons of financial support from Zionist donors, including the David Horowitz Foundation. He repaid his wealthy backers over the years by unleashing a relentless fire hose of anti-Palestinian and Islamophobic diatribes, accepting propaganda trips to Israel, and sternly shutting down nationalist forces challenging his support for Israel during TPUSA events. So the idea that Kirk was somehow becoming a threat to Israel was absurd. But as many social media users have pointed out, Kirk was, in fact, showing signs of evolution. The same kind of evolution that saw personalities like Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, and Megyn Kelly, to name a few, change their tune in regards to America's relationship with Israel. According to the Brazil, as if genocidal assault in the besieged Gaza Strip drove an unprecedented backlash within grassroots right-wing circles. Certainly 24% of younger Republicans now sympathize with Israel and the Palestinians. Kirk began to shift. At times, he toed the Israeli line, spreading disinformation about babies beheaded, denying the famine imposed on the population of Gaza. Yet he simultaneously ceded to his base, wondering aloud if Jeffrey Epstein was an Israeli intelligence asset, questioning whether the Israeli government allowed the October 7th attacks to proceed in order to advance long-term political goals, and parroting narratives familiar to his most vociferous critic, right, streamer named Fuentes. Back in July, Turning Point USA held a student action summit for young conservatives in Tampa, Florida. As head of the organization, to platform this event, he made a decision that enraged Zionists. Kirk decided to platform Israel critics Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, and comedian Dave Smith. At the event, Tucker Carlson made several incendiary comments, taunting the Zionist billionaire Bill Ackman. Hey, Bill Ackman get $9 billion. Bill Ackman, a pretty impressive guy. I know Bill Ackman. No. Bill Ackman's like well-connected, super aggressive. That's it. And he suggested that Americans serving in the IDF should lose their citizenship. Because you can only really pledge your loyalty to one person or one country. That's just a fact. I think anybody, by the way, who serves in a foreign military should lose their citizenship immediately. For a lot of Americans who served in the IDF, they should lose their citizenship. You can't fight for their country. Period. Kelly suggesting that Jeffrey Epstein was an Israeli Saudi. He wasn't American, which leaves basically three options: MI6, Saudi, or Mossad. Yeah. Which one would you choose? I guess Mossad, given his connection to Ghislaine Maxwell. So what does that mean? Well, I mean, it's possible that that's the reason everything's getting buried. That there is some treasure trove, and it's getting buried because. How many people here believe that? Raise your hand. Okay, so about half the hands think that it's being buried because of an Israeli thing. And Dave Smith heavily criticized Israel's genocidal actions in Gaza.
It's not a war. It's the destruction of a captive people. Gaza's been occupied since 1967 by the Israelis, and they're now just slaughtering the people there.
On social media, Zionists went into a frenzy, denouncing Charlie Kirk as a traitor. The Jewish Zionist Laura Loomer tweeted, "After this weekend, I'd say he has revealed himself as a political opportunist. Lately, Kirk has decided to behave like a charlatan. It really is shameful, and honestly, I am just disgusted with the constant flip-flopping on the right." In the Times of Israel, a blogger called Kirk out for promoting anti-Semitism. Quote, "Charlie, what are you doing? You know the difference between good faith critique and coded anti-Semitism. When people obsess over AIPAC while ignoring Qatar, China, Saudi Arabia, the UN, that's not objectivity. That's targeting. Leadership also means knowing when a conversation is no longer a conversation, it's manipulation. It's how the seeds of Jew scapegoating get watered, not by swastikas, but by just asking questions. Finally, she wrote, "Don't abandon your post. You stood for truth when it wasn't easy. Stand now with Israel, with reason, with your own better judgment." And the Jewish Zionists Mark Levin and Ben Shapiro also voiced their displeasure with Kirk over the platform at the summit. You and I, and people who we thought were conservative, sound a lot like the Marxist Islamists who were attending this event last week, don't they? They find that conservative groups, conservative organizations that have these weekend events, these seminars, whether they're for young people or think tanks or that sort of thing. They sort of sprinkle these events with with these American haters who claim to be American firsters and are fake MAGA, and even stab the president in the back.
I mean, I think it's definitely an attempt by some of these organizations to quote unquote maintain the big tent. The problem with a big tent is that you may end up with many, many clowns inside.
But the backlash against Kirk wasn't just happening in public, it was being done in private as well. According to the Gray Zone article, Kirk was bombarded with infuriated text messages and phone calls from Netanyahu's wealthy allies in the US, including many who had funded TPUSA. According to his longtime friend, the Zionist donors treated Kirk with outright contempt, essentially ordering him to fall back into line. He was being told what you're not allowed to do, and it was driving him crazy, Kirk's friend recalled.
security, and I panicked, quickly pressing my ring to go back 57 seconds. Entering the room again, I first covered her mouth to prevent her from calling for help and forced her to write the code on paper. After memorizing those 6 digits, I pressed the ring again, returned 57 seconds earlier, walked back into the office. I joked that I wanted to show her a magic trick I could guess her safe combination. But when I entered the numbers I just learned, it showed an error. Beautiful women really do love to lie. Wait, I better go back 57 seconds again. I brought a pillow in the office, placed it on her lap, fired a shot.
It won't be your thigh, it'll be your head. And trust me, it's not pretty. Now tell me, what is the code to say?
I pushed all my chips to the center of the table and lost everything. But I almost burst out laughing because I knew exactly where the ball would land. Flag 15. I pressed my ring.
Can China build a B-2 bomber? The B-2 Spirit is a product of the U.S. Cold War era. Each costs $2 billion, features a unique flying wing design, and top stealth technology. Even today, it is still considered the most mysterious and expensive bomber. So can China copy it? Technically, it's not completely impossible. China has successfully developed the J-20 stealth fighter with strong capabilities in stealth materials, radar-absorbing coatings, and aerodynamics. Building a bomber is completely different from building a fighter. The B-2 requires a huge strategic system to support it. A global network of air bases, fleets of aerial refueling tankers, and extremely complex maintenance infrastructure. Without these, even a plane that looks similar cannot function effectively. That's why China is focusing on developing its own strategic bomber, like the H-20 in development. It is not a simple copy of the B-2, optimized for China's needs. So the answer is, China is not incapable.
This is pretty printed Batman on it. We already but my first thought was to try a carbon fiber chest plate covered with linette, which you can see is ridiculously strong. Ridiculously strong. So I did some research just looking down the list. Say that the and I thought my hands on some really talented advanced materials you can buy yes, exactly how to make something cool. Technically, everything is not enough. So my first thought was just to see how much carbon fiber I would actually take to spell a book. I despise it. I tested 10 layers, 20 layers, 80 layers of success. I discovered that actually takes such 100 layers, which definitely would be good enough to to break some basic carbon fiber around all the things. So with that matter, I wanted to make all the I guess allowed them to change so I could apply it even better. Which is actually simple fast, but I still don't get half the players that swallow. So after I was done doing this, I was several choose to 10 players, which is like more players do for sure. This was still way too thick for background. So I did some more research to figure out how to put it. So I discovered material that's so good it's not a public thing. Whole fact and I actually contact with a company called Novograph allowed me to fly across the country to visit that facility and test out the special fiber they made that's infused with it, which is why James was so strong. We started by testing it against the standard 9mm bullet and it held those full load six rounds. So it starts with a complete shells which meant I found the exact material I needed to not just stop the bullet, but spread out the force so I could make it thinner. And after finishing up the tests without a single bullet going through, which was insane, I received a material that would take this even further. This is real-life adamantium, special metal where just a 2mm coating can stop a bullet point blank. By now I had all 7 materials. It was time to put it together to see how strong it really was and if it could save my life. I knew the Kevlar and graphene fabric on their own could stop a bullet. But this metal known as Nanovate by the company Integrin Technologies go in front to create a hard outer shell, which is necessary to protect you against higher threat levels. I glued everything together with epoxy, and since these materials were so tough, it literally took me hours just to cut everything out and put 1 layer of Nanovate behind the carbon fiber, 3 layers of Kevlar, 10 layers of graphene fabric, then the D3O foam. Then finally, it was time to get everything sprayed with Linex to hold it all together, and this is where you can see just how insanely durable the suit ended up being. And I tested it out in this video right here. This is the greatest scene in animation history. Oh, wow. Mr. Big, sir, this is a simple.
It's the ring.
This is a simple misunderstanding.
You come down and I'll stop with my daughters to be married.
Well, actually, we were brought here against our will, so. I did not know that it was your car. Certainly did not know about your daughter's wedding.
I trusted you, Nicky. I welcomed you into my home. We both lived together. Grandmama made you a canola. And I had to do it then with generosity. With a rug. Made you a butt for the skunk. Skunk, my brother. You disrespected me. You disrespected my grandmama, who I married, you skunk, my brother.
Skunk punk here.
I told you never to show your face here again, but here you are. Flipping around with this. What are you? Farmer, what's with the costume?
Sir, I'm mine. He's a mine. This mine cannot speak. You can't speak if you're mine.
No, I'm a cop. And I'm on the Emmett Odyssey case, and my evidence puts him in your car. To intimidate me all you want. I'm going to find out the age to that honor if it's not blasphemy.
What's smart to say that?
Only one request. Say hello to grandma. Oh, that's nothing. I'm not saying nothing. Say hello.
Please. No. If you're mad at me about the rock, I've got more rocks.
Bye. Oh, I said, no. It's funny. Hi. What's your tracks? That made great sense. I'll help you find the other. We'll take your kindness. Here, folk.
What?
Greatest scene in animation history.
In a smoking room. She's still. Systems they can share the night. It goes on and on and on and on. Strangers waiting up and down the boulevard. A cigarette in a smoking room. Some other wine and she's a bill. They can share the night. It goes on and on and on and on. Strangers waiting up and down the boulevard. A cigarette, a smoking room. Some other wine and she's a bill. They can share the night. It goes on and on and on. And on, strangers waiting up and down the boulevard. A cigarette, a smoking room. The plate texture on the backside of a painting doesn't match any of the wood types. Axolotls hate tadpoles and will attack them if they're in their vicinity. Zombie villagers will cure 5% faster if they're surrounded by chains and beds. You can use a regular ink sac to unglow a sign. You can repair damaged anvils by right-clicking an iron ingot. Zoglins are hostile towards armor stands. The plague texture on. Okay, Jim, remember you're playing a strict and hypocritical dad. So I want you to say your line with a little bit of stern and some aggressiveness, okay? Don't worry, Kadeem, I got you. Go on and call it. All right, then. Okay, guys. 3, 2, 1, action. Dad, why can't I go to Fred's house? Because you're a plantation pilgrim, just like your mother. The only place your kind deserves to go to is prison. Now get back on the fields and start picking that cotton, boy. Sure. You like one because you have a doctor's appointment. Well, that's embarrassing. You don't want to try again? Take two?
Hey, Jim, remember you're playing a strict and hypocritical dad. I want you to say your life with a little bit of stern and some aggressiveness, okay?
Don't worry, Kim. I got you. Go on and call it. All right, then. Okay, guys. 3, 2, 1.
What's your go-to for signal when you need one?
So I call it TJR.
And more, it seems like they don't care enough to do anything about
Improving uncraft doors with mods. Be able to slowly peek through doors where hastily slammed shut. Through ajar doors if you're in a pinch, or forcefully close them with your face. Instead of barging in on your friends, show some common courtesy by knocking. Oh, hello. Or how about double doors opening together? Heck, add extra doors for more swing and fun. Looks like a normal wall, right? Well, you're wrong, because it has a super secret door. Actually, it's all made of doors. You fool. Planks, logs, stone and its variants, netherrack, bookshelves. This mod has it all, but all that is nothing compared to the magic doorknob, which creates pathways through solid blocks. Upgraded all the way to netherites not only extend your tunnel, but to also question your sanity. Because seriously, you just used netherite to make a doorknob. It's there. It's the obligatory subscribe call out. Mods are in the description, by the way. Improve it.
Here's how I found a secret base on Lifesteal with trigonometry. One day, I was watching a YouTube short from Hannah that for a split second shows waypoints of strong. Unfortunately, these aren't coordinates. They're only distances. You have no idea which stronghold they're referring to. But conveniently, I just happen to have a graph of every stronghold on my Hannah's short actually gives 3 distances if you manage to pause the video at the right time. That was my best section on the ACT. And so I knew this was possible, but I could not for the life of me remember. It was 5 years ago. 6 years ago, 7 years ago, when did they teach trigonometry? The point is, I started watching YouTube videos to relearn all of this. I also had to make a replica of Hannah's base to try and get the angles properly. Like, look at this guy. He's trying so hard to remember so and so. If you have a triangle, and you know one of the angles, like I'll just recreating Hannah's work, hypotenuse, aka Hannah's weight, you can find the 2 sides of the triangle, aka the coordinates, because we're assuming this is the right angle. However, these are only relative coordinates, and you don't know which stronghold to apply them to because you're not sure which stronghold which in the video, except one of the strongholds has a note next to it that says, parentheses, there's only one stronghold on Lifesteal that is outside of the. So after doing my trigonometry, converting it to relative coordinates, there was absolutely nothing. But then I remember Minecraft is an inverted y coordinate relative to literally every other place. So after accounting for this, double checking my math, revamping my recreation of Hannah's world to get the angles better, and just flat out using circles to cross check my guesses, had new predicted from there. So it's well in the almost shaking hands. I made it through the nether over to the potential coordinates. It was too much to hope for. Please just let my math have been right. I dug but that was okay because I had 3 potential coordinates that were all within 50 blocks of each other. This first coordinate set was just circle double thing, and it didn't work. The next one I was digging to was by trigonometry. I sealed myself off. I did not want to get caught here. I started sealing back the tunnel, and I was like, wait, no, to figure out something about this base. I took screenshots. I found out where the entrance was, and I spammed my teammates that I had found. Hey, Josh, then it's reminding Hannah and me everybody to not watch her TikToks. I thought this was totally fine. It's a YouTube short, but I never have TikTok. This was uploaded TikTok on YouTube Shorts. I technically wasn't allowed to watch it, and so now I have to pretend like I did not. It's actually the basic the right words. So it makes you better. Subscribe. Here's how I found a secret base on Lifesteal. One day I was watching a YouTube short, and for a split second, it shows points of strong. Unfortunately, it's not important. Still, this doesn't get no idea which is wrong. But immediately I just have enough breath that there's not the life dash where it actually gets 3 distances. There's possible you can find that was my best section on the ACT. And so I knew this was possible, but I couldn't go for the life. It's 5 years ago. 6 years ago, 7 years ago. Point is, I started watching YouTube videos to relearn all. I also had to make a replica in this phase to try and get the angles proper. Like, look at this guy. He's trying so hard for him. So one of the angles like opposite recreating hands. And obvious AKA and the way you can find the 2 sides of the triangle, AKA the coordinates. We're assuming this is the right angle. However, these are only relative coordinates. You don't know which stronghold to apply it to because you're not sure which stronghold which except one of the strongholds has the note next to it that says parentheses.
habits. There's only one strong football bicycle that is outside of the magnet. So after getting my trigonometry, converting it to relative coordinates, there was absolutely nothing. But then I remembered my graph is inverted y coordinate relative to my belief counting. This double checking my math, reading my presentation of angles, worlds, and the angles. And just flat out using circles to cross check my guesses.
That is, until one Roblox YouTuber decided to go on a crusade against their negligence. At nearly 2 million subscribers on YouTube, Schlepp has made a career out of catching Roblox creeps and having them arrested and caught. But instead of a reward, Roblox has banned all of his accounts. This eventually developed into a lawsuit involving over 400 people who were victimized on Roblox, headed by Schlepp himself. Fitting the kind of work he'd end up doing, Schlepp has a tragic backstory. When he was around 10 years old, he was targeted and victimized by a creep on Roblox. It is an isolated incident, but for years.
When I was a kid, I was groomed on Roblox by a popular developer, manipulated me, used power dynamics over me, frequently exposed me to and not safe for work material and loads of other stuff that a kid should never see.
It's quite common to see this kind of situation be a one-time incident, as predators keep moving from victim to lessen the likelihood they get caught. This was not Schlepp's case, as the very same creep maintained contact with him from age 12 until age 15, culminating in Schlepp making an attempt on his own life. His mom, in an act of desperation, reached out to Roblox via email, thinking that their staff would have the bare minimum sympathy to a mother who just nearly lost her child due to criminal acts on their platform. Of course, that is not what happened. Instead, she got an email back from Carlos at customer care, who suggested she report the predator in the game and provided her with a couple of links to prevention hotlines. This was the reaction of a Roblox staff member when informed that there was a criminal harming kids. No mention of the police, no mention to a more able authority, nothing. Might as well be an automated response. Fortunately, Schlepp did survive this situation, and somehow this traumatic experience wasn't enough to permanently tarnish his enjoyment of Roblox, so he kept regularly playing the game. Many years later, in 2019, he created a channel called Malaboomer, which now stands at nearly 400 videos, which are all centered around this one Roblox game called Theme Park Tycoon 2. Now, this channel's content is clearly made for kids and contains no opinion-based videos or anything controversial. Although sadly, after half a decade of upkeep, Schlepp had to announce the end of his channel due to the stuff he got tangled up with over at his Schlepp side channel.
I am sadly going to have to discontinue this channel. I don't know why. Maybe I'll do something in the future with it. If I figure it out, if we figure something we all want to play, I don't know, maybe. But this channel sadly has to come to an end here. And, I know there's a lot of very impressionable people that watch these videos. So I don't want to expose you guys to the full in-depth reason why this is happening. Just know, things in life, they don't always work out as you intend. And it sucks because I literally got back home from my trip. I was like, dang, I want to make so many more videos on this. I was so hyped, and I can't even make videos on this game anymore.
But what happened that was so serious is what you might be asking. Well, a couple of years after starting his Malaboomer channel, Schlepp's various problems with Roblox accumulated to the point where he was in dire need of a place where he could voice his criticisms. While the channel had already existed since 2021, January of 2023 is when Schlepp finally started posting under the name he came to be known for. His first video was focusing on how mismanagement from Roblox staff ruined one of his favorite in-game events, and the majority of his earlier videos are similar in tone. Nothing too serious or even too critical, just Roblox-related news, with an emphasis on changes Schlepp believed the game should implement to improve the player experience. Whether it was about bugs and exploits that needed to be fixed, or content creators that promoted gambling updates, it rarely strayed too far into a serious realm. But over time, that changed. Right from the very beginning of his channel, he covered some things like the Alex Neutron controversy. Alex Neutron was a Roblox dev who became infamous for being an extreme furry who engaged with not safe for work material depicting animals. And this was particularly concerning since he ran a game called Meep City, which was full of kids who were often exposed to inappropriate stuff due to his poor moderation. As notable as it was for Schlepp to cover this guy, at the time, there was a significant upheaval about it in the Roblox community. So Schlepp
Schlepp's coverage could just be seen as him commenting on whatever was the news at that moment. But then came his coverage and outright support for Ruben Sim, who's someone I've actually made a few videos about, and I've even collabed with Ruben at one point. To make a long story short, Ruben was one of the first people to stand against the improper moderation and outright negligence of Roblox staff when it came to not safe for work content. In return, he was slapped with a lawsuit worth $1.6 million, which accused him of making terrorist threats that shut down a conference for Roblox developers, leading a cyber harassment campaign, and most vile of all, they tried to paint Ruben as a creep himself, claiming he was having inappropriate conversations with in-game users and uploading racy pictures of himself. All of these claims were disproven by Ruben in a lengthy and very inflamed online back and forth. But ultimately, the situation panned out so that while Ruben wasn't convicted of these accusations, he was sentenced to being banned from Roblox permanently. Fortunately, this didn't really do anything to stop his crusade against the horrible mismanagement done by Roblox staff, as he's still managing to push that envelope to this day. There are plenty of videos, including some of my own, as I said, covering that story. But what's really relevant here is that Schlepp clearly saw significant value in what Ruben was doing, and a few months later, it started showing. On August 16th, Schlepp made one of his first big videos, which now sits at nearly 700,000 views, where he explores an iceberg of Roblox admins who were fired and banned, and the reasons why. One of these stories involved inappropriate behavior towards minors, namely that of Quintosaurus, or Dota Game, who was terminated after a huge Discord chat screenshot dump showed them engaging in ERP with an underage person. This established Schlepp's first attempts at documenting and highlighting the massive predator problem that exists in that community. What's particularly egregious about all of this is right as the attention on the huge problem on Roblox ramped up, Roblox devs seemingly went out of their way to make it even easier for predators to act. Case in point, Roblox Tinder, which Schlepp criticized for being an outright promotion of dating to a community that is predominantly composed of little kids. Literally, why? What is the point of adding a Tinder feature to a game that's meant for little kids? What could the outcome of that possibly be? I mean, besides the obvious, which Schlepp documented instantly happening as creeps flooded into the app function and offered Robux for pictures. Given his personal history with this kind of situation and the fact that Roblox was glaringly looking the other way as criminals roamed free on their platform, Schlepp decided it was time to take matters into his own hands. By late October, the Roblox problem had gotten so bad that even news outlets were covering it now, and Schlepp began his crusade. His first attempts, even if they were a lot more casual than his later, more refined ones, immediately yielded results. It turns out that it's as easy as joining a public Roblox game to stumble upon people doing things that they really shouldn't.
This 21-year-old trying to hit it up a 9-year-old, bro. What is happening? Oh my god. What are we witnessing here? Oh, real talk. There's gotta be like grooming and stuff on this game though. I mean, dude. Oh my.
This video got another surge in viewership for Schlepp, currently sitting at 500,000. So it became clear that the path forward was to double down. While his other content formats were also working and hitting 1 million views every once in a while, without a doubt, his predator catching videos attracted a lot more attention. In December 2023, Schlepp teamed up with one of his frequent collaborators and fellow Roblox content creator, Green Lego Cats, to start a series of videos called To Catch a Robloxian, parodying the famous Chris Hansen television show To Catch a Predator. In the very first installment of the series, Schlepp goes over 4 different instances in which he and Lego Cats took less than 30 minutes to lure a predator using a decoy, showing just how easy it was to do this. In turn, you can imagine how easily kids can find themselves in situations like Schlepp describes.
I started the message with, how are you doing? He responded back with, hi, I'm jerking it. After that, I let him know that I was only 13 years old. I asked him how old he was, and he said he was 20.
The most common MO of these creeps is to invite kids to cons, short for condos, meaning specific game servers that make it easier for them to simulate what they want to do to their victims. It's so stupid that all of this is taking place in Roblox, of all places, but on the other hand, it's also very disturbing. This first video got to 1.6 million views, mostly because despite the genre of predator catching already being massive on YouTube, with notorious cases like that of EDP445, no one had applied the format to Roblox as effectively as Schlepp. The second entry to the series was even more successful, as it seemed all you had to do was log on to Roblox in order for the creeps to come pouring out of the woodwork and start adding you.
So I went ahead and just said, a few minutes later, he went ahead and said back, hey, face. After some back and forth conversation, out of the blue, he said, "I'm very corny." He also stated that he was stroking it right now. I went ahead and let him know that I'm 13 years old, and if he was okay with that, I'm not even gonna read back what he said. Like that is absolutely disgusting.
The absolute ease with which this is done makes me wonder why there's not like an FBI task force just doing this all day. I mean, how many creeps like these are there in total? Now think about how commonplace it is to find these guys on Roblox. It seems like half of all creeps are on this game. This is like their meta. If you just caught all of them, the global creep population would take a massive hit. Schlepp made a new addition to his sting operation, something called a bad morphs, which is commonly used in Roblox to add inappropriate features to your character. Again, this is a seemingly unregulated feature that the state is infamous for being misused. Yet the staff does nothing about it. Without fail, every single brand walks straight over to the bad morphs platform. Again, if these people were using some top-notch methods to evade moderation, but they just got the game and folded under zero pressure, immediately soliciting someone they think to be a minor with messages like, "I'm a mom, that's okay, and I need a mask." On other platforms like YouTube itself and social media in general, this type of person is always finding new methods to exploit the defenses developed by the platform against this kind of engagement and content. Despite how bad YouTube was in the past, this problem has actually improved a lot. It has become way less common for people to successfully circumvent their defense mechanisms. However, here, there simply is no firewall, no structure to ward against blatant pedos actively using Roblox to victimize people. There are publicly visible NSFW groups with Roblox that are indexed right alongside the non-NSFW groups, which once again begs the question, why even allow for this at all? Isn't it a game for kids? Why does it so openly accommodate adult content? After those first two predators, Schlepp found someone who wanted to roleplay a ex-daughter situation, with Schlepp being a federal unemployment tax act representative. If that weren't enough, the department promptly suggested that they go to it in a con short for Brookhaven, which is one of the most child-oriented cons available. Meant to be played by kids who are 5 to 10 years old. Not only did this guy want to do ERP, he thought was a 13-year-old. He wanted to do it in front of other kids, which I think is some twisted form of media. It craves to deliberately expose kids to inappropriate content to traumatize them. Of course, Schlepp did not comply with this.
Take a seat. Yes. Die. Hello there. What brings you to this house?
First, what's happened to the other person?
Yeah, what brings you to this place today to meet a 13-year-old?
It's a role play.
What type of roleplay? Ask that. They left.
Following in the footsteps of Ruben Sim, who had already pointed this problem out, Schlepp's next target was Roblox games like Public Bathroom Simulator and Really Sus Hangout, which, despite being public and supported by Roblox, were openly promoting and inviting people to take part in NSFW action. In every one of his stings so far, Schlepp had manually invited creeps to his personal game. But these aren't personal games. They're basically public servers with the express purpose of doing inappropriate stuff that were, at least at the time, rated as appropriate for all ages. To make matters worse, Schlepp explains that one of the things this kind of inappropriate game does is add the prefix XYZ to their names to signal they're meant for NSFW usage. In this same video, he just looks up XYZ and immediately finds dozens upon dozens of other equally offensive games. He eventually joins one of these, only to find people notify whenever something sus is going on at one of the private rooms.
Bro, why aren't there people talking about, why is there not journalists looking into this? Isn't it crazy that the only people that are actually talking about underground really weird community of predators is Ruben Sim, Route 14. Okay, Route 14 is right here. Let's just, no, what is happening in there? Look at her avatar. Dude, that is the guy. That tone right there. I've talked about that on the channel. That is made by a furry, non-safe for work artist that Roblox vetted into the UGC program. And it's still on Roblox.
Later on in the video, he finds another one of these where it looks so much like two characters are going to town on each other that I don't even want to show it here, even though it is pixelated. Keep in mind, all of this is taking place on a game by a company that's worth tens of billions, yet they can't afford moderation efficient enough to prevent this kind of thing. To help raise attention to it, Schlepp made another video, highlighting the biggest games of this kind that were still up on their platform. And in this video, he re-enters one of the games he had previously covered. Oddly enough, the whole private room section was completely wiped clean since he posted his video. Without an inkling of cooperation from Roblox staff, Schlepp successfully deactivated the not safe for work area of Roblox game. It's surprising what you can get done by simply trying. Unfortunately, these creeps didn't just settle for doing stuff on Roblox, as in this video, Schlepp shows them sending messages in the chat trying to get people to exchange Snapchat accounts, which is where they would continue their action. For those of you who are unfamiliar with the general topic, after Kik basically went defunct in 2019, the primary method for creeps to get in contact with their victims became Snapchat. There is no shortage of examples and evidence that Snapchat not only has a massive issue with this, but, like Roblox, deliberately brushes aside warnings that their platform is being used to harm children. Birds of a feather flock together, and in this case, Roblox is being used as a pipeline to send kids to Snapchat, where more illegal activities get conducted. But just because some of the games were now being more careful with evading Roblox moderation doesn't mean that all of them were suddenly becoming careful, as Schlepp immediately finds another one that still had a not safe for work section where people were getting down to business. As effective as this video was to throw a stick in the spokes of that one game, only proper moderation would actually make a difference overall, and it didn't seem like that would happen anytime soon. This is especially the case since the people running the game didn't just look the other way regarding the issue. In some instances, they actually worked with creeps, even if they didn't know about it. In May 2024, Schlepp signal boosted a tweet made by Ruben Sim exposing someone called Inhi, the community manager for a game that was included in the upcoming Roblox Classic event. Apparently, this 20-year-old guy was going around on Roblox and Discord talking to minors about impregnation and making them big girls. Now, while this is par for the course, what's extraordinarily bad is that Ruben reported this guy on Roblox 3 days prior to making a tweet about it, and Roblox did nothing. However, when he made the tweet and it got some attention, this Predator's account was instantly banned. Clearly, Roblox can act fast, but they only do so when they're concerned about themselves, never when it's about protecting kids in their game. Ultimately, these people's loyalty lies exclusively with themselves, and they will only do their job when there's public pressure for them to do so. And at this time, although there were momentary peaks of attention where the outcry was enough to get them moving, the momentum was quickly lost, and they went right back to looking the other way. This momentum loss was on purpose, as even at this point, Schlepp was already suffering from being banned from the game for his anti-predator activism, which, of course, was celebrated by the creep community. One of the foremost members of this illustrious community, Natharix, didn't just engage in inappropriate activities with minors online, but also sent gore videos in Roblox Discord chats with kids.
It's a cool video. We post a cool video on the chart. Good. You should watch it. Okay. It looks so like. I should. Yeah, I don't want to watch that.
Yeah, we're just. It's not my taste.
So no, I mean, I do know that's a 8-year-old. So, and younger.
If it's younger, then you should ban them, and you're gonna get banned if you keep them. So.
Natharix is a specifically bad case because he is a serial reoffender who has been arrested before and was caught with illegal material on his hard drive. And he just keeps coming back again and again under new names. Is there no IP ban feature on Roblox? Are they even trying to keep these people out at all? Perhaps the worst aspect of this is that however bad simulating intercourse on Roblox is, there were people using the game to distribute and sell illegal material. Fortunately, after months of nonstop work from Schlepp and countless other people doing their best to work around a non-existent Roblox moderation, some people figured out clever ways to force Roblox's hand in terminating the accounts of predators. By using a legal form provided by the Digital Services Act of the European Union, they could have accounts terminated without active cooperation from Roblox. With this exploit becoming more popular, an entire community by the name of Terminators X formed around tactically using it to get rid of predators in the game. With this in place, Schlepp's operation then expanded to actually baiting predators from Discord into getting on Roblox, where he could catch and report them. Unfortunately, due to how makeshift this means of terminating people's accounts is, it was quickly abused by some malicious actors. So ultimately, it wasn't a sufficient replacement for proper moderation. So Schlepp had to keep bringing attention to the issue, which was now so big that articles in mainstream news outlets were being published on it. In September of 2024, Schlepp and Ruben Sim collaborated on a catch, which concluded in them getting a guy to actually join their Discord call. Although the call was pretty uneventful, as the guy just evaded all of their questions questions, it brought these sting operations one step closer to actually finding out the identity of the people who did this kind of thing. Now, once the identity of a creep can be ascertained, the next step would be to actually contact the police and get them arrested in real life. A few weeks later, that's exactly what Schlepp did. By perusing Discord servers for Roblox condo communities, Schlepp once again has an extremely easy time finding a creep for him to catch, although he didn't expect this guy to be a developer for a Roblox game. This time, Schlepp made an offer the guy couldn't refuse, to meet up IRL. In order to carry this mission out, Schlepp and Ruben enlisted the help of Alex Rosen, the same guy who caught EDP with the cupcakes, and they got the Predator to show up to a park, where they conducted an interview with him. During this interview, they slowly but surely veered the conversation into topics that, in the case that this guy had actually done something illegal, he would voluntarily admit to it. Lo and behold, it actually worked.
What about there's one called I'm trying to think, a Telegraph or
Oh, Telegram?
yeah, I think so. Something like that.
Wait, okay, this is how he gets them. So he gets them to admit getting a telegram, and that gives police probable cause to search the devices. Yeah, get proof of the messages.
So I'm scrolling through and I'm looking at all this, right? Now, no, I'm trying so hard not to click a link.
Yeah, of course.
And so eventually, long story short, as I'm going through, you know how the phone will sometimes like counter as a click, right? And it started to open up. It started literally the first thing that I did.
In the next part, he reveals the extent of his involvement and experiences within these illegal communities. He's an active member, and he has been trading photos with others who share his twisted interests. The things he has witnessed in these circles are so horrifying that I couldn't even begin to describe them. And if I could, I wouldn't want to subject you to that. But to give you a sense of how disturbing, imagine the worst, most vile content you could possibly think. Now multiply that by 100. That is the level of depravity we're talking. And nothing was off the table for him. I don't usually believe in supernatural, but there was something deeply unsettling here. Almost subhuman, maybe even demonic. As he described all of this, there was no remorse. There was nothing of him feeling bad. It was him with a giant fucking grin on his face.
I sent this help video to my friend here. It kind of helps me with this. He can make his day. Hey, what's up? So we're here with your Roblox developer, right? Yep. Yeah. We're gonna do the wipe on this phone. We're gonna get rid of the chuck on your phone, right? Okay. How many images do you think we have to get rid of? Triple percent? About like 30 or 40. Okay. What's the game coming out? Check out the policy. But yeah. It's game success.
After this creep admits to having illegal materials on his phone, the police are going into Alex's status is just to keep him there, talking with the police are 30 minutes of yapping later, the police showed up. The guy was arrested and frankly charged with 3 felony counts of possession of illegal material. While embarrassing this kind of person online makes for pretty decent content, actually getting them arrested and charged is leagues better in performance. It actually gets them on registries and something on the record. Unfortunately, just as Schlepp basically went from Predator catching game, it was just bringing the true depths of gravity that you can find in the game. And if ever 2024, he posted on his second channel on script that purpose means for criminals to distribute illegal material. And if that wasn't disturbing enough, it had well over 80,000 members. Granted, this may be a selection of creeps, but still, to imagine 80,000 of them sharing their spoilers is disgusting to a degree that's hard to even conceive. Unfortunately, it did take a lot more time to get higher caches involved. Especially since Schlepp didn't have the structure necessary to tread on to Andy's guys. But he did manage to find some bills in the process leading up to the sting was quite similar. In this case, the Predator really made it way easier to find out his activity, as he immediately dumped multiple pictures of his face to the minutes before he accidentally voiced his friend. They eventually got the call together, and it would be funny if it wasn't so abysmally boring.
Yes.
Yeah, I forgot to mention. Yesterday he said he wanted to beat the decoy. Yes.
But
I know my dad, he probably would tell me if he found out. And the only thing is, I don't want to go to prison. I would not survive there.
It's almost like he knows he's walking into a trap, but couldn't stop himself from doing it on the 1 in a million chance that the decoy wasn't just a decoy. As soon as they started planning to meet up in real life, the hesitance went away, and the creep started laying out his fantasies in extreme detail, none of which can be included here, of course. Eventually, the time came to meet up IRL, and Don was getting really suspicious about the whole thing, but unfortunately for him, it was already too late, as Gideon and Alex approached him in his car.
Ready? John, we got to talk about Lily, okay? Can you come out of the car? Any weapons on you? She's not coming out of the car. We're trying to have a conversation about it. Yeah, you can. How you gonna stop? Well, John, you can do what you want. We're not holding you here, but we do have all the messages here. And I just want to have a conversation with you about it because, look, we didn't come to your house for a reason. We came just here to talk to you one-on-one. I don't want your dad to know that you're using this car. That's how it's.
Just like the last guy, the more he talked, the more he put himself in trouble. Although he did make some attempts to lie and downplay the stuff he was saying to the decoy, as if Gideon and Alex weren't aware of the things being said. Eventually, the cops arrived, and Don was arrested and charged with attempted solicitation of a minor. After this success, there was a lull which lasted for a few months, until Schlepp pulled off another operation. But by February 2025, things started moving again. In a video that got up to nearly 4 million views, a creep by the name of Weed not only instantly sent his location and a picture of his face to a decoy, but simultaneously tried to groom someone else on Schlepp's team. Later on, it turned out that this guy was a dev for a game with over 1,200 people in his Discord community, meaning that this wasn't some random creep who just used Roblox to do this stuff. He was an active member of the community with ties to dozens, if not hundreds of people, all while doing this kind of thing. It was during the meetup with Gideon that the predator in question pulled the pedo equivalent of hitting the snake run slalom in Pro Skater 4. He claimed that he purposely got catfished by a decoy miner so he could meet predator catcher YouTubers. However much of a Hail Mary trick shot attempt this was, it wasn't good enough to avoid arrest and 2 charges, one of them being a felony. While I haven't really been mentioning it due to the sheer repetitiveness, most of the people Schlepp covers, even the ones that get arrested and charged with felonies, don't get their account banned from Roblox. When Schlepp compiled all of the information on this guy in particular and sent it to Roblox, this is what they had to say.
The start of the email pretty much said that they have Discord, despite frequently partnering with them and collaborating with them, and also featuring them all over Roblox. There has been lawsuits filed against Roblox and Discord because of it. Instead of taking action themselves, they told me to contact police and have them reach out to Roblox. Why isn't Roblox the one reaching out to police to verify the information? It doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. But still, Roblox went ahead and assured me that they are looking into this, and his Roblox account was banned. So I sent a follow-up email. That video isn't enough. It has chat logs, voice calls, me playing games with him, text messages, and footage of him in handcuffs. Then they went ahead and replied with a copy-paste reply. You can be assured that we are diligently investigating your report, and any player or content violating your terms of use and community rules will be moderated. At the time of writing this, it's been almost 3 weeks since he was arrested, and he has not been banned. After all the videos I've done catching predators, I've come to the conclusion that it's not just negligence anymore. It's complicity. Roblox knows what's happening on their platform. They know the risk. They know the harm that is being caused. And yet, when faced with undeniable proof, they choose to look away every single time.
Even people who have been banned before for exactly this kind of criminal activity sometimes get their alt accounts unbanned, allowing them to come back and start up their activity again. According to Schlepp, this same exact guy admitted to having groomed upwards of 500 kids on Roblox and frequently looking at illegal material. And still, nothing was done. Luckily, whenever one of these degenerates crawl out of hiding to make new victims, people like Schlepp are right there to intercept. In March, there was another catch, but instead of an arrest, the guy threatened to take his own life and deleted all of his social media instead. The unique part of this story is that after being caught red-handed and performatively leaving the internet, he came back and emailed Schlepp saying the following. Hi Schlep, I hope you're doing well. I'm reaching out about a concerning situation I've been dealing with. My girlfriend and I have been victims of stalking and harassment for the past year, both on Roblox, Discord, and Instagram. Recently, I received a threatening DM from someone who seems to be trying to frame me. The message mentioned something about "you're going to be the next predator, check out Schlep," and included a picture of my face. I wanted to check with you directly to see if this person has, in any way, contacted you regarding this or mentioned to me. I'm just trying to confirm if they might be attempting to use your channel to escalate the situation. This is one of the best examples of how dishonest these creeps are. Despite initially responding to being caught with emotional regret, here he's clearly trying to verify if he's really screwed up or not, because if he isn't, he can go do it again. He was on call with Schlep, he heard his voice, he knew he got caught and deleted his accounts, but ultimately it was all part of his plan. This creep, named Archelaus, proceeded to act as if the call never happened, and came up with some story about Roblox accounts pretending to be him to frame him. Eventually, this guy realized that there was no point in overcommitting to this lie, and the next day, he sent Schlep another email. I want to send this last message to be completely honest. I do feel genuine remorse for everything that has happened. The truth is, I let fear take over when I realized there were real consequences for my actions, and instead of handling things properly, I only made them worse. I now understand that my actions have consequences, and I fully accept them. I don't want to make excuses or try to justify anything. I just want to sincerely apologize to both of you. I also appreciate that the situation wasn't escalated further when it very well could have been, and I don't take that lightly. I'm also thankful that only my username and YouTube will be included in the video, and not my face or voice or the outside conversations we had. As you suggested, Schlep, I'll be stepping away indefinitely. I've realized that this environment has been triggering something unhealthy in me, and I need to take this as a wake-up call to reflect and improve as a person. I am truly sorry for everything, and I hope that in time, I can become someone better. I will be praying for forgiveness and will work towards getting proper help. Sincerely, Ark. The likelihood is that this guy just realized that he wouldn't succeed at gaslighting Schlep out of making the video and decided to play the regret card. There could be some chance that this was sincere, but let's be honest, that chance is not slim. It's straight up Eugene Akuni. Luckily, this little side tangent didn't take Schlepp's eyes off the real objective, catching and arresting predators in real life. And on March 30th, he would claim his next scalp, 20-year-old Matthew Thomas. Although, unlike the other ones, this one would make Schlepp himself end up in court. The beginning of this doesn't differ too much. Schlep and his crew just set up a decoy account on a Roblox condo Discord server, and the creep just presents himself on a silver platter. How's it going?
Good. What are you up to?
Kinda just doing something at the moment, sitting here. How about you? Where are you up to?
I'm just laying here right now.
Okay. Here. What do you like to do?
Games and stuff.
That's interesting. What brings you to that server? Are you looking for friends? Is there anything else you might be looking for?
I don't really know, to be honest. What are you in the server for?
For a few. It's best I don't say.
Why?
If you say so, mostly there because I can so often just to have some fun or find a girl to help me with my certain needs, you know. I do not want to tell you because you just 20. I'm assuming you're a lot younger. A lot older.
Yeah, I am, but it's like a lot.
It's
okay, but don't tell anyone. I'm turning next month.
just like that, the creep proceeded to send pictures and videos of himself, getting fake pictures from the decoy in return, and incriminating himself to an unspeakable degree. To the point where even Schlep was taken aback due to how graphic it got. It's at this point that he decided to up the ante, prove that this guy wasn't just doing something illegal in this instance, but also that he had done it before to other minors who were not decoys. The first step was setting him up with another decoy, on whom he ran the exact same drill, almost like he has a grooming manual he religiously sticks to. The step was getting him on a voice call with the decoy, which he easily obliged.
I can't really speak much. Those figures are trying to sleep, and I don't want to wake them, so I can only say a few words.
Okay, fine, don't worry. Then they got in Roblox, and even then, the creepy and graphic messages didn't stop coming.
So I can't wait to ruin you. Oh my God.
Now that they had a recording of his voice along with his messages, it was time to pull off the final move, the IRL meetup. And this time, just Gideon, but also Schlepp himself. There was no rug pull this time around, and as soon as Matthew showed up, Gideon immediately approached him.
That's it.
Now that they had him where they wanted him, it was time to try and get Matthew talking about someone whom Schlepp had discovered was a previous victim of his, the girl whose name on Roblox was Flat. Matthew claimed that this girl was 18, which allowed him to be a bit more comfortable. When Gideon brought up videos Matthew had sent her of himself doing well. Soon after, the cops arrived and arrested him, but not before he reiterated everything he had confessed to after the cops had read him his Miranda rights, which only served to ensure that this guy was going to go behind bars for a while. It was only after the sting operation was carried out successfully that Schlepp followed up on the Cloud Girl, only to find something pretty dark.
At the airport, I sent a friend request to the girl. We talked, and while she said Matt never did anything inappropriate with her, she confirmed he lied about her age. When I asked if there could be anyone else, everything started to unravel. Turns out he ran a group chat full of girls. He was the oldest one there. Things looked safe for work on the surface, but multiple girls told me he made extremely inappropriate comments towards her. Remember that message I showed you in this video? One of the girls told me that after she face revealed, Matt started making these disturbing comments towards her to a point that it made her feel deeply. These are not decoys. These are real people.
Again, despite plenty of evidence of what was going on, Roblox ignored everything sent to them, refused to work with Schlepp to privately deactivate the accounts of these creeps, and only ever did anything when YouTube videos about it went up, exclusively to avoid bad PR. Finally, in mid-April, Schlepp announced that Florida Attorney General James Uthmeyer was taking matters into his own hands, sending a subpoena to Roblox over their lack of child protecting measures. And if Roblox's mismanagement of the situation wasn't bad enough, the one thing they'd actually started doing, which is banning the XYZ public toilet condo games, was basically being undone by Discord. You see, in order for these people to find victims, they'd have to look for games, and these games, in turn, are indexed to attract that sort of activity. However, since Roblox was cracking down on games that were specifically indexed for that kind of thing, predators were now working through Discord. In Discord servers, they would congregate to join servers that, at first glance, are unassuming and innocent, easily bypassing Roblox's defenses so that they can do what they do. This in and of itself was a violation of the Discord TOS, since it would be using their platform to purposely break the TOS of another platform. But at the time, Discord was doing nothing to curtail this activity. Getting no progress over on the Roblox and Discord side of things, Schlepp decided to move his operation to a larger scope, creeps on apps like Grindr and Tinder. And although he did end up getting banned from Grindr for being underage, before that could even happen, he had already found a new predator and moved over to Snapchat.
Okay, bet, bro. Whatever reason, he just decided to send his car here. But I will say it is one big truck. Damn. I say that.
Thanks. Chuck down there. Just kind of weird because of your age.
I've only made out so far, but I kind of liked it. What are you trying to do?
I'm down to do whatever you call, man.
Same here. I'm open to whatever. Then he goes ahead and sends a video of him going to town with another man. Damn, is that what you wanted to do? I haven't done that before, but I could try.
It's like no amount of self-awareness that what they're doing is inappropriate and wrong is enough to actually stop them in their tracks. During their call, this guy repeatedly hinted at being afraid of being caught, and when the inevitable happened, he actually tried to lie to get out of the situation, acting as if he'd only gone over to this decoy's house to play video games, accusing Schlepp's team of trying to defame him, not knowing there was hidden cameras capturing everything he'd already said up until this point. The funniest part was when this guy randomly starts saying he does this kind of thing with his friends, and that he's on the down low. I think that this was an attempted sort of Kevin Spacey defense strategy, but when you're being rightly accused of being inappropriate with a minor, I don't think that talking about how you're secretly gay exonerates you. With another catch being under his belt, on his second channel, Schlepp covered what had been going on with David Baszucki, the CEO of Roblox, who was now under fire from journalists and the general public for his negligence. Specifically, some discussion had erupted on highly inappropriate Roblox avatars being approved for in-game use, which Schlepp capitalized on by asking David on Twitter why there was a community of predators being allowed to function on their platform. The picture attached was of a Roblox group called Cartography Club, with cartography being a code word for making maps. And if you're not familiar with that acronym, MAP means minor attracted person. In the context of making maps, this could be in reference to turning kids into future offenders themselves, which is particularly vile and one of the most evil trends of this community. The bio of the group explicitly stated that its purpose was to find and distribute illegal material. So, given that Schlepp's tweet got enough traction to ratio the original from David, you'd imagine there would be some kind of response. But no, there was none. Despite getting massive backlash and even getting community noted, David had nothing to offer in return. While many of these kinds of issues can be attributed to middle management being inefficient or there being some structural obstacles in the way of action, here the blame can be neatly placed at the feet of David Baszucki. Clearly, he had no interest in taking it seriously or even just acknowledging what everybody was pointing out. He only ever engaged with his critics by blocking them on Twitter. Once again, as no headway was getting made, Schlepp hammered out another predator catch, which resulted in one of the most clearly manipulative exchanges with one of these creeps yet. After a bit of a back and forth with the decoy, R, the predator, decided to send an unprompted not safe for work image.
Do you like it?
Yeah.
Can you share it?
I'm sorry I can't. It makes me nervous.
Please, just one. Shut up.
Sorry, I don't want it. Are you gonna hate me?
Yeah, a little. I thought you loved me. I guess not.
The lack of reciprocity from this would-be victim resulted in R either getting suspicious about it being a decoy or just losing interest as they wouldn't easily give him what he was after. Because of this, Schlepp and Gideon had to make do with what they already had, which was this guy soliciting not safe for work photos from a minor. But before they could move on with a sting, they would have to get this guy going somewhere to meet a minor. So another decoy was made just to set a meetup. This decoy's age was set as younger than 13, yet this wasn't an obstacle for R, who promptly offered to meet up, but ended up blocking this decoy too for the same reason as the previous one. Surprisingly, despite how cagey this guy was to the decoys, when Gideon went up to his house in real life, he actually allowed Gideon into his place without much of an argument. And it's at this point that the darkest reveal yet happened. R, the Roblox predator, was actually the father of a 2-year-old girl. The mother of this child eventually joins the conversation, revealing she had already caught R doing this kind of thing 6 times before. Usually, this kind of situation only elicits disgust, but in this case, it's extremely sad to imagine that this guy had a wife and a kid while doing this kind of thing online. In this specific case, probably due to the laws in California, there was no arrest made, and based on Schlepp's follow-up investigation, it seems like this guy has gone on to reoffend. With this failure in mind, Schlepp made sure that his next target wouldn't be able to escape justice, although he certainly tried to. Manuel Gonzalez, a 21-year-old man in California, on Discord in Roblox under the name Latino Chrome, solicited the decoy just 35 messages into their conversation, and immediately followed it up by sending not safe for work photos of himself. The most evil context of this entire exchange is that Manuel himself suggests he was a victim of this kind of crime and wanted to pass it on.
Sorry, Dylan. You actually, what you want to weekend. Sounds fun.
I mean, it is a young age to lose them, but I was mine young too. Due to the sheer excitement from Manuel, it didn't take too long for the meetup to get set up. But before that happened, he was already contacting 2 other decoys. If he contacted other decoys, you know for sure he was talking to other actual miners on Roblox. Fortunately, his time on Roblox was coming to an end, as Jadion and Schlepp got to the park they were supposed to meet at, and an actual pursuit took place.
The mail! The mail, man! I don't want to get in any trouble. Mail! I don't want to pretty fair. Mail, man. I don't want to talk. I don't want to talk. I just want to talk. We're not going to be talking or nothing. Man, I just want to talk about it. I come in peace, man. I'm good. What's up?
After this case came to an end, Manuel gave himself up in a pretty straightforward way, and he was then arrested and charged for felony online solicitation. In this case, it took until this cash was covered on major news outlets for Roblox to do anything resembling moderation and banning Manuel's account. The last we've heard from him, he failed to appear in court. The problem wasn't getting any better. If anything, it was getting worse, as David Baszucki reiterated his wishes to establish dating mechanisms on Roblox, which, of course, would just facilitate predatory activity. In late July, Schlepp and his team had one last hurrah with a predator under the alias of Dark. Absolutely no relation to the famous and handsome commentary YouTuber Tom Dark. He must be from another branch of the Dark lineage dynasty altogether. Now, this guy was unique in that he relentlessly wanted to ERP, which became a bit of a problem, since getting on webcam to engage with some creep is way beyond the job description of whoever the girls are that play the part of the decoys. After all, this wasn't really necessary because they already had all that they needed. Clearly, from this guy's friends list on Roblox, he engaged in this sort of thing with dozens of people, and the chance is quite high that many, if not the majority of them, are minors. While multiple of the previous targets were occasionally KG, despite this guy being one of the oldest self-harmed at 27, he was by far enthusiastic. Schlepp was struggling to figure out where their meetup would be located, as he was afraid that if the drive was 3 hours long, the guy would just give up and back off. But proving just how excited he was for it to happen, Dark himself suggested a meeting place that would have him drive 12 hours to get me this money, all the while promising his eternal love and to believe. There was a brief moment during which Schlepp thought he might have been playing, but sure enough, when the time came, the creep showed up. Gas station.
Give me this pizza.
Yo, come back. Listen, I can work you off. It's an awesome and your food. Find it out, man. You just talk outside. We talk outside. We talk outside. That's all. So we got on. It's an outside. Yeah. So you're back.
Proceeded to storm out of the gas station and run off as the team calls up 911 and they chase after him on their call. In this case, they couldn't really have a conversation with her and get him to talk his way into a longer sentence, as he got too rattled and ran off before anything could happen. As Dark drove away as fast as he could, the cop showed up and stopped him. The only meaningful interaction came when the creep got desperate and tried to tell the cops about what had happened, as if he was the one suffering some injustice.
Marcus. But you're under arrest. When you're under arrest, they can do that. You came here to meet a 6-year-old girl. Okay, why would you come? Let us know. What were you gonna bring to your house? How much food for you? Okay, so you're just gonna talk to her? Okay, so that food thing sent to Tiffany, was that yours?
This goofball still thought that the decoy was real and was mad that she told other people. The degree of these people's stupidity never ceases to amaze me. Unfortunately, it would be a while before Schlepp caught another one of these, because by the beginning of August, something unexpected happened. Just a week into August, the corporate side of Roblox published an article titled, "How Roblox Partners with Law Enforcement, Investigating Potential Threats to Safety." Even the title is a bit disingenuous, since so far, the only answer to how they do it is that they simply don't. Upon first glance, you could nourish the hope that this article would be the Roblox staff announcing they'd be working closer with the police to remove these elements from their game. Fortunately, that hope gets curb stomped as soon as you actually get to the contents of the article. They begin it with the claim that all of their users already have a safe and positive experience on Roblox, and that this is thanks to their cutting-edge AI moderation. You know, 20 years ago or more, I understand being optimistic or even afraid of how good technology could get, for the simple reason that the population at large hadn't seen what the next step of technology would be. However, now that we live in an era of AI, and every day we see new examples of just how much it sucks ass big time, it's extremely hard to believe any of the "they're gonna take our jobs" stuff. If multi-billion-dollar companies like Roblox run their moderation with AI, should tell you everything you need to know about how effective it is. Perhaps the most insulting part is that Roblox's staff isn't even willing to dish out the generic excuse of, "We know there's a problem and we're working on it." No. They skip straight to outright claiming that there is no problem. It's all in our head, we're imagining it. Further down the paragraph, they talk about how they directly collaborate with law enforcement, but so far, every example of someone from Roblox cooperating directly is when one of their employees goes rogue and speaks directly to Schlepp. Now, this is all speculation, but if I were to guess, it's entirely possible that there's some kind of internal memo at Roblox that recommends against corresponding with independent content creators. Otherwise, why is it so hard for someone as big as Schlepp, whose videos get millions of views and whose channel is a titan in the community, to just get a steady line of communication with someone at the company, even just an email address? While they talk a big game about online safety, they keep slipping up and admitting what it is that they really do. For example, in the broader collaboration section of the article, they talk about being a founding partner of an online safety toolset called Roost. If you click it, surprise, surprise, it's AI again. I'm not an AI hater outright, okay? I love me some AI generated FNS content for those of you who know ball, but in this kind of context, there is simply no place for something as fickle as AI. Here, they say that nearly every interaction on Roblox is powered in some way by AI, as if that were a good thing. A job as sensitive as protecting children from predators online can't be done by just outsourcing to AI or third world tech support operations. You need people who care. People who will go above and beyond the call of duty to protect kids, not just get a paycheck. Even if you really think that one day efficient and effective automated moderation will be possible, that day is not today. Today, we need actual human beings on it. Otherwise, you just get more and more Roblox situations. Perhaps the worst part of all of the article is their section on vigilante groups, which reads as follows. Law enforcement professionals are best positioned to investigate potential crimes. Therefore, we want to be sure any violations on Roblox are reported and acted upon through the proper channels. Unfortunately, there are cases of vigilante groups or individuals violating our policies to entrap users or otherwise self-police the platform. While these groups may appear to have the public's interest at heart, they are, in fact, acting in ways that could be harmful to others, both on and off our platform. For example, their efforts may leave bad actors on the platform longer simply to create more sensationalized social media content. Actions taken by vigilante groups increase the risk of more users being exposed to bad actors and can delay enforcement efforts by both Roblox and law enforcement. Any account, including those of vigilante groups or individuals caught violating our policies, will face consequences up to and including removal and banning where warranted. We enforce our policies in accordance with our community standards and overall terms of use. Instead of taking matters into their own hands, we encourage the community to report any inappropriate behavior directly to Roblox. Yeah, Clearly that's worked great so far. Although they don't name him here, they are very clearly, even if indirectly, talking about Schlepp. But it was really smart of them to not name him because they'd probably be committing libel. At no point did Schlepp take matters into his own hands. At every opportunity he had, he did everything he could to get Roblox predators arrested by real police officers and charged with felonies. No entrapment, no violation of TOS. And the only reason some of them stay on Roblox after being caught is because Roblox itself refuses to ban them. Regardless of the doublespeak, the message was heard loud and clear. Roblox HQ had no interest in changing their approach. If anything, they would start cracking down harder on the people caching the creeps. Everything else is just yapping and AI. Within 2 days of this going up, Schlepp made a tweet notifying his following that Roblox had just served him with a legal cease and desist notice. The notice claimed that Schlepp engaged in simulated child endangerment conversations, shared or solicited personally identifiable information, and directed users to move conversations off platform. Following these accusations up, the letter read, "While Roblox acknowledges that your stated intentions may be to protect children, and while it recognizes the serious nature of online predatory behavior, your methods, including failing to immediately report suspicious activity to Roblox through proper channels, are actively interfering with Roblox's established safety protocols and, critically, are exposing Roblox's users to increased risk. Roblox will be closing your account. Please note that Roblox community standards prohibit opening new accounts to evade an enforcement action. Please be advised that Roblox reserves all rights to take any and all appropriate legal action against you should your violations of the Roblox community standards continue. Such actions may include, but are not limited to, claims for breach of contract and violations of the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act. The only thing that Schlepp is exposing is Roblox's own negligence and incapability of moderating its own platform. Realistically, that's what they're concerned with. It's worth noting that while they terminated every account Schlepp had with no notice or even a single attempt of establishing communication with him beforehand, Roblox did communicate with Roblox devs like Teddy, who made 9 not safe for work games directed at kids. It's not about getting rid of the predators. It's that every time Schlepp highlights that there are creeps on their platform, it makes them look bad. And they seemed ready to take him to court in case he continued to do what he did. So Schlepp made a video about it, expressing how much dismay the situation had caused him. It's one thing for Roblox to not cooperate with him and antagonize him, but for him to be threatened with a lawsuit for trying to help is beyond negligent. It's downright evil. Though the video doesn't run for long, he responds in the most apt way possible.
Roblox is actively claiming that I'm hurting their players. Here's an email. I didn't ever plan on showcasing this in a video, but this is from a kid who was thanking me for getting someone he was groomed by arrested in real life. Roblox is claiming that I'm engaging in simulated child endangerment conversations. What? So one of the fundamental bases of predator catching is that you cannot talk sexually to predators. Predators are supposed to be the ones talking sexually to you. If you talk sexually to predators like straight off the get-go, that's entrapment. That is literally what entrapment is. We almost always play a naive kid who doesn't know anything about this stuff, so they teach us about this stuff. If you've watched these videos, you know how the chats are going, and they're not even on Roblox. Most of the chat logs are on Discord, and they're accusing me of getting people off of platform onto different social media sites. I guess that's worth a cease and desist and an IP ban of every single account that I own. That's just crazy. I can't even fathom it. They also say sharing or soliciting personally identifiable information. I have no idea what they're referring to this. I would love to know what they're talking about. Are they referring to the fact that I give the information of the predators that we find to the police? Like the people we're talking to are predators. Like, does Roblox understand that? I literally have no idea. If they thought something was genuinely wrong, they could have reached me out so easily. I think the most insulting thing is that they told me I'm not reporting people quick enough and I'm not reporting them through the right outlets. Tell me the right outlets. I have been trying to figure this out for like a year now. This here is Nepali Incel. This person actually made credible threats to the Las Vegas Sphere in a Roblox game. And I saw this like two eyes. The reason why it's a credible threat is because the FBI, when they didn't arrest someone for making threats within that same game. I made a moderation. I even actually heard the FBI about this. Where is the cease and desist letter for him? Where's the IP ban for him? Are you going to ban all of this dude's accounts? There is simply no way that
that Roblox be claimed that Schlepp didn't do enough work to him. So much so that the evidence he collected was good enough for the cops to arrest and charge me. So how is it insufficient for Roblox to ban the accounts? Keep in mind, all of this is taking place within 1 week of a 10-year-old girl being kidnapped in real life by someone who she met on Roblox. These run-of-the-mill creeps Schlepp taught even the worst people on the platform, and this points much more serious threats for using Roblox to collaborate and work together. It could not be more serious, and frankly, it couldn't be a worse time for Roblox to double down on this vaccine. And actually, Roblox agreed doubling down wasn't good enough for me. They decided to triple them. And days after Schlepp posted his response video, they came back with another article called More Vigilantes for Roblox. And somehow they were even more grossly misrepresentative of Schlepp. In the first few bullet points, they actually wrote, similar to actual predators, they often impersonated minors, actively approached other users, and tried to lead them to other platforms to have sexually explicit conversations, which is against our terms of use. That's classy. To compare the people catching predators to predators themselves, just marvelous work for Roblox. Later on in the article, they once again suggestively accused vigilantes, which is known for Schlepp of the trend. I don't even know why they bothered to make an article, but most of it is just a rehash. Which makes me think that this whole thing is also written by AI. I can't prove it, but I can't feel it. Schlepp took it to Twitter to reply. We send you everything. We create YouTube videos showcasing the chat logs. We send you the Google Drives we give to the cops. You never made a line with me, and in multiple instances, you've only been arrested predators after I released a massive video on it. The whole Roblox community sees how flawed this argument is. It's because everyone has seen anecdotally that reports very rarely work. If your stance on safety is really true, why are there bathroom shower games for children? The attached image on his first tweet is a quote from Roblox, basically minimizing what Schlepp and his team do to having a profit motive. I've never seen a worse case of projection ever. None of this would be happening if the $90 billion company that is Roblox spent some money to get real moderation. With this situation going viral on Twitter and elsewhere, eventually it made its way to politician Ro Khanna, who made a public statement demanding serious engagement from Roblox, or that they'd be facing consequences. Along with this came a formal petition to work toward better and real moderation on the platform. Soon after, Attorney General Liz Murrill also announced she'd be taking action against Roblox, actually suing the platform for its lack of safety protocols. And right now, her tweet has gotten over 6 million views. Roblox's response to all of this was none other than banning a bunch of Roblox users, not for being predators, but instead for naming themselves #FreeSchlepp. Also, the Roblox CEO blocked Schlepp on Twitter. Fighting the good fight here. The block may have happened because Schlepp replied to one of his tweets, informing him that despite directly reporting a still active Roblox account that belonged to a creep who got arrested, all he got in return was an AI response. One day after this second round of online confrontation took place, Schlepp made an important announcement that he'd be working with law firms SGGH and Milberg, who had already been working with the aforementioned case of a 13-year-old girl who was kidnapped by a predator she had met on Roblox. PGH in specific were apparently involved with the legal representation of some victims of Jeffrey Epstein, so they're not a random law firm. Schlepp did not hire some lawyer with no experience in this kind of case. He went to possibly one of the best people he could go to. Additionally, SGGH and Milberg would end up representing over 400 people who had been victimized thanks to Roblox's lax moderation. So this case was much bigger than some YouTube beef. This is especially important since the last lawsuit between Roblox and a content creator, Ruben Sim, ended up with Ruben having to defend himself against spurious accusations. Going up against a multi-billion-dollar company is no easy feat, but the horror stories from victims were stacking up pretty high, regardless of Schlepp's involvement. One tweet by Edwin Dorsey, someone who is dedicated to reporting on bad company practices, compiled 30 of the most egregious cases that happened due to Roblox. These include, but aren't limited to, 1. A convicted groomer who victimized 150 children, almost half of which were younger than 13. 2. A man in his 60s who was soliciting inappropriate pictures of a 5-year-old. 3. Innumerable cases where illegal photos and videos are obtained through the use of Roblox. 4. The attempted murder of a 2-month-old, which thankfully didn't happen, along with many, many other unfortunate cases in which creeps successfully manipulated, blackmailed, or otherwise coerced kids in real life to commit sexual acts. This is not another case of a company being delusional, fraudulent, or running some kind of dishonest scam type operation. Their lack of concern has led to crimes so evil, I can barely speak about them. Honestly, they are very lucky this Schlepp is not a vigilante, because it could have easily been someone with a few screws loose stinging these creeps and actually taking matters into their own hands. If anything, everyone who's been talking about this has been too kind to Roblox in the way they handle these cases, as their negligence is beyond criminal. On the 15th, 2 pieces of really good news came out. First, Chris Hansen himself tweeted out a video announcing that him and his team were directly cooperating with Schlepp on continuing his work toward keeping kids safe on Roblox. Secondly, the state of Louisiana filed a lawsuit against Roblox, alleging it allowed predators to thrive. One of the lawyers involved in the many cases of kids being victimized on Roblox said the following: "This is pervasive. There is so much of this going on Roblox. I can't tell you how many people I currently represent that have done this. We represent multiple people where the predators have actually physically met them and kidnapped them. This is all going on the Roblox platform, and Roblox knows about it. It's very impressive and unusual to see this kind of issue make its way out of the internet. And it's also important to note that if this hasn't been made clear yet, Schlepp was just the convenient face of this movement, the tip of the iceberg. As more people joined in and took action against Roblox, it grew much larger than Schlepp or anyone involved in his stings. On the 15th, it was reported that Roblox's stock value suffered a sharp drop, not only because of all of the lawsuits popping up left and right, but also because it was banned in Qatar, Turkey, Iran, China, Jordan, and Oman. To put this in a perspective that's slightly easier to understand, over the course of less than 2 weeks, Roblox managed to lose a whopping $12 billion in market cap. Given how meticulous the EU tends to be about these things, it wouldn't surprise me if they're the next to do the same if Roblox doesn't take radical action against the creeps on their platform. Thankfully, huge content creators like Asmongold and Charlie were heavily signal boosting this movement, bringing as much attention to the issue as possible, and collectively calling for some accountability from Roblox. Fortunately, there were some obstacles being thrown their way. Ruben Sim released a video about what had been going on, and it was falsely taken down under the premise of child safety. The irony of these situations never ceases to amaze me. There were also some people who were trying to exploit all of the attention and traction Schlepp was getting by pretending to be him and opening GoFundMe pages asking for legal funds. Although this quickly made its way to Schlepp, who promptly disavowed it and clarified that he had no involvement with it, this kind of thing is pretty dangerous, as well-intentioned people may end up sending their money to scammers. As people began to turn on Roblox en masse, they realized that the problem had a name attached to it: CEO David Baszucki, who put up roadblocks at every turn when people were trying to help remove predators from the game. People were so fed up at his inaction that a petition to remove him got to over 100,000 signatures. And although the petition is pretty impotent on its own, there clearly was a lot of momentum mounting up against David, and for good reason. As Schlepp frequently reminds his audience, as Roblox was being overrun with creeps, David thought the best course of action was to add dating to the game. And another extremely ironic turn of events, despite getting on Schlepp's case for supposedly sharing or soliciting information that could personally identify users, Roblox began recommending for users to have their in-game display name as their real name. I think your real name is the definition of personally identifiable information, so I don't know what I don't know what they were thinking. Despite clearly sidestepping their own terms of service, they still felt comfortable enough to use their TOS as a legal excuse to force victims of creeps to not pursue legal action against them. And I quote, Roblox takes the remarkable position that because this minor child receives so many benefits from using the platform, he cannot now complain that Roblox is trying to prevent him from seeking justice in court for the life-altering harm he has suffered. About a week and a half after the cease and desist was sent to Schlepp, Roblox finally responded directly to him. After multiple subliminal and indirect cases of addressing him through articles on their website, this is what they had to say. Taking the law into your own hands isn't safe in the real world, and it's not safe online. That's why we work with law enforcement to hold bad actors accountable. As you can imagine, this was deeply annoying to hear for Schlepp, who had already spoken at length about why that wasn't at all the case. A day later, Bloomberg published an article which contained the following passage. Policing will only get harder as the company strives to reach co-founder and chief executive officer David Mizuki's goal of 1 billion daily users, more than 10 times the number today. Each current and former trust and safety worker says user growth at Roblox takes priority over child safety. 8 current and former trust and safety workers say user growth at Roblox takes priority over child safety. They describe calls for more resources going unanswered, resulting in a backlog of incident reports and the departure of one manager who left after promises for extra staff went unfulfilled. Others say that features they recommended to better protect kids, such as pop-up safety notices, were rejected, and that safety settings, for example, to ensure users aren't talking to strangers, were switched off by default. And while the company says it's increasingly relying on AI moderation, and those systems are improving all the time, some employees say the technology isn't yet able to detect subtle signs of grooming. Once again, clear as day, there is the mention that more intuitive defenses against groomers are being neglected in favor of AI. Even when their own staff comes up with ways to aid the issue, the top brass shuts it down, because they just want more people playing the game, and whether they get victimized or not is secondary. This is directly reflected in them choosing to continue platforming Elsagate-like content on their platform, with smasher pass games and bathroom hangout condos, with private rentable rooms being able to function without issue. On the 22nd of August, Schlepp posted a video featuring Chris Hansen, which now stands at nearly 8 million views, going over all of the developments that have happened since the cease and desist letter on the 9th. As the list of gigantic content creators who had become vocal supporters of Schlepp grew, and as he started to get interviewed by outlets like the Rolling Stone, Roblox finally started considering responding appropriately. On the 28th, they announced the end of 17 plus games, which would be turned into 18 plus games and would require age verification with a government issued ID to play, meaning they wouldn't be accessible or even visible if your account is set to be less than 18 years old. While it's strange to me that a kids platform like Roblox has 18 plus games available, at the very least, this is better than nothing. Additionally, whatever AI they have that moderates avatars was tuned to better pick up on when there's something inappropriate in them and resets them within 30 seconds. But don't get it twisted. This isn't out of the goodness of their hearts. They are doing this because they suddenly found themselves in boiling mode. And if David Mizuki had a button that put every person raising a stink about this in a space shuttle and shot into outer space, he'd be slamming it with a comically large camera rig. Regardless of what their motivations truly are, this was too little, too late. As other people like William Mike also joined in support of Schlepp's efforts. Meanwhile, Roblox's closing efforts to curb inappropriate games on their platform turned out to be completely facetious. His Schlepp shows that, for example, Smasher Pass games continue to not only be available for kids 5 years old, but verified by Roblox just because they changed the name of the game to High-Five or Pass. Hopefully, the heightened attention on this issue continues until Roblox suffers the consequences of its negligence to its user base, as there have been very few scandals related to games for kids that have gotten this big in the history of the internet. Just recently, a beat Steam's record as Roblox got to nearly 50 million confirmed users. So there have never been this many people, most of which are kids, on the platform. It is as important as ever to keep them safe. For the time being, you should go support Schlepp in whatever way you can. Anyhow, I've been Turkey Toe. Thanks for watching, and until next time, leave me alone.
and doesn't use it. It's so low. It's all considered the most competitive person. The bitch so that my rate strength is such a great sweetness. The material is legendary toughness is fun. Skeleton, which can withstand. Screams of light and some starts to bring some bricks that are affecting the power. Adamantium has two critical flaws that make it unsuitable for the Iron Man suit. First, once it solidifies, adamantium cannot be shaped with the Iron Man or space of its adaptability, allowing to be. They start to retract, assemble the suit at a moment starts using adamantium to make this signature feature impossible. Second, adamantium is extremely dense and a full suit of adamantium. And Iron Man's language to the end of severe is drastic its power and combat effectiveness. Iron Man flexibility and adaptability are more important than God. These two factors explain why Tony Stark chose to form adamantium even with its incredible strength. Iron Man. I can see right from here. It's nothing that I'm still out to make cares. If you're going to stop that, it's sons. Years about my case. They said connections of prince. The connections of wood. Yes. I can see right from here. It's not the close to it games. Got to stop that. Like my game. Just this. It's so easy. She actually goes to she goes to that right here. It's oh, I see it. I see it. See this. So sick. We got that. I haven't seen it. So I can hear everything. So yes, right. Good. I'll take time. I'll take this. Yeah. He just plays. He just. And I was able to contact this. Right. Fossil. It's like a fossil.
I love to stay in chat, but as you can see, I do suffocate to death. 20 seconds. So I graphed so much. So it's actually good. It's actually good. I really like the bunch of some of the things that we obviously there was no option. There is like some thoughts and it's very things I can super so yes, there's that. The only problem with this is, and I don't know if you noticed about it, but it's not actually generated. It stops from like getting a certain percent. I will get away with this. It's like to be about parents right now. Yeah. And that brings us to the second method, which I really need to fix. So this method actually punishes heroes. And that is by crafting names. So, well, but to craft a release, I need sense, which grows from which is like in this one. I can't see any of them. So we're gonna have to like venture out and try for so it's like they're safe. We'll look at some look at some and then it's really just a bit for folks. Okay. So I guess we'll see. Let's don't know what it tries to just to get the start and just like there's so many biomes out here. This is like you has these trees. So I can take a lot of trouble. So it's actually really good. So hopefully we can find it. Playing such a clip for us and it's going to push that this sort of weird it's actually really big sort of I can have this so just very carefully a few months of these episodes and just put keep your eyes on so perfect. I have no idea how this mod works. So I'm just kind of going to be learning as I go. Oh, another thing which I forgot to add. Go like this, you can see I installed a diet mod. So we have to get fruits, proteins, and vegetables. We have to get all 3 food sources down here. Otherwise, we're gonna like get malnourished and die. And the reason why that's so tricky is obviously we're not in the overworld. Like I don't even know what I can hunt and eat down here, let alone how to get free nutrition. So that if you're really, but one thing I love, I just really about now. Oh, you know, we need to make the bombs of some fire. You need this like sediment for the glass, for the bottle. It's a noise. What the hell is that? Give me all this. Right. Dude, what is that, bro? Put like the stone above. Yes, mom. Wait, what the hell? I didn't see the extra bubble. But real quick, let me tell you about one of the coolest phones I've ever seen and the sponsor of this video, the Red Magic 10 Air. The people at Red Magic have somehow managed to make a phone that delivers elite level gaming performance while still being light and compact enough for practical daily use. This beast is powered by the impressive Snapdragon 8 Gen 3 chip, and this gorgeous Flare Orange model they've sent me is rocking 16 gigabytes of RAM and 512 gigabytes of memory, which is plenty for mobile gaming. The phone has an absolutely stunning AMOLED display, which is completely uninterrupted thanks to the fingerprint scanner and the front-facing camera, both being behind the display. In order to cool such powerful hardware while keeping the phone thinner and more compact, Red Magic uses their 9-layer Ice X cooling technology, which utilizes liquid metal, a material which is typically only found in gaming laptops and PCs. The phone is also using a vapor chamber to cool its hardware, and I used to work in refrigeration, so I kind of geek out about this kind of stuff, and I think it's really cool to see this kind of cooling technology being used in a gaming phone. The Red Magic 10 Air also includes a bunch of other really appealing and tactile features, such as shoulder triggers with haptic feedback, customizable RGB, and a custom Red Magic button which you can set the functionality of. This is overall just a really awesome phone, so if you're interested in the brand new Red Magic 10 Air, use my link in the pinned comment or description and check it out for yourself. 3 left! Damn it! I guess I must have accidentally went outside of the range of the torch.
In 2013, Mojang added 2 mysterious mobs that had zero purpose and were completely unobtainable in survival. 2 years later, one of them would finally be added to the game, the Skeleton. Lightning strikes, there's a small chance of spawning the drown. As the player approaches, lightning strikes and 4 skeleton horsemen appear and actually ride the skeleton horses. They have the unique ability to be ripped underwater since they never drown. The other mob, the zombie horse, since unused in the game to this day. I think that's a really big shame. Trying to see if anyone had made a mod to add zombie horsemen to the game. And that craft with some truly genius ideas. I think the zombie horse causes all mobs in the 7-block radius to get a weakness effect. You can actually cure the horse. The zombie horse goes underwater for too long and becomes a drown horse. It's just speed used in the water. If lightning strikes it, a drown with a trident will start riding it, which sounds like an absolute nightmare. The data pack even adds bog horses and swamps. The nether fortresses, people in roots riding hoglins, which look all around the. Do you guys think Mojang should add something like this? In 2013, Mojang added 2 mysterious mobs that had zero purpose and were completely unobtainable in survival. 2 years later, one of them would finally be added to the game. Skeleton. Lightning strikes, there's a small chance of spawning the drown. As the player approaches, lightning strikes and 4 skeleton horsemen appear. You can actually ride the skeleton horses, and they have the unique ability to be ripped underwater since they never drown. The other mob, the zombie horse, sits unused in the game to this day, and I think that's a really big shame because it looks so. I tried to see if anyone had made a mod to add zombie horsemen to the game, and I found this data back by craft with some truly genius ideas. Fighting the zombie horse causes all mobs in the 7-block radius to get a weakness effect, and you can actually cure the horse with gold carrot. This zombie horse goes underwater for too long, it becomes a drown horse because of speed boost in the water. And if lightning strikes it, a drown with a trident will start riding it, which sounds like an absolute nightmare. The data pack even adds bog horses and swamps. Nether fortresses, penguin roots riding hoglins patrolling all around the net. Do you guys think Mojang should add something like this? In 2013, Mojang added 2 mysterious mobs that had zero purpose and were completely unobtainable in survival. 2 years later, one of them would finally be added to the game. Skeleton. When lightning strikes, there's a small chance of spawning the.
Right there. Oh my god, no. What the hell? I got trapped in that slime thing. Oh my god, this is it. This is what I need. 2 oxygen bubbles left. Oh my god, yes. Boom, and then we can take the gloom gourds, craft them to gloom gourd seeds. I need some of this dirt as well. What the hell are you? Please don't be aggressive. I think he's passive. Alright, thank God. Okay. Okay, so it's like that, and you take deep soil, take this vineyard seeds, and boom, there we go. Watch this, ready? Boom! Look at that. We have a full oxygen bar. Oh my god, yes, bro. Dude, this slug on its spine, crafting it. Disgusting. You're actually disgusting. Okay, goals for the episode. I want a that's goal number 1. This also have a farm of every food source that I can explain. Like, I'm going to be like fully sustained to survive in this dimension by the end of this episode. Alright, I guess now that we have a very limited supply of oxygen, we can at least start to venture out and look for. What is this, dude? I feel like a berry book. Beans. +5 vegetables. Make the gloom gourd seeds. I can't. Okay, but I can eat these for vegetables. Okay. What the hell is that? Is that like an iron golem? Dude, look at that thing. Are you from it? Oh my god! At least not friendly. Run. Oh my god, what the hell? Oh my god. Okay, I need to eat something. Give me the seeds. What is that noise? Somebody's vaping down here. Oh boy, been hitting the too much. Nothing off running. Yeah. Stay down. No. I'm too low on health for this right now. Stay back. Dude. I'm almost at oxygen. Jesus. What's that? Good order down there. I kind of want to go see it. That was risky. I probably shouldn't have done that. Alright, let's grab place that down. Let's see what this is. Yeah, room. Yeah. What is this? It's like glowberries. Fruit. Okay. What the hell? It makes me glow. What a glowberry anyway. So just need to get a full. That's kind of a bad food source, but I guess it's fruit, so we'll take it. It's a new diet. I still need to find protein. I almost got one shot by that like bull thing, so I definitely need to find a way to get on our ow. No. Dude, what the f is this? What is this? God damn it, my name sucks. My name's no. I have like no food. Come on, dude. Lock in. I need a shield. I need an iron ingot for that though. Where'd it go? Here. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Peek me, you're dead. Got him. Hell no, they beef it. I need armor desperately. I almost just got killed by whatever that is. There's another one. Stay away from me, you little piece of stupid. No. This is okay. How many bottles do I left? 11. I need to make more of those. Alright, I'm gonna see what I can do with this log run now. I make like tools out of that. Look at this ugly ass motherfucker, bro. Thinking he blended in and shit. Thinking he must camouflage and shit. You. Man, you built like the motherfucking. Am I out of food? I'm almost out of food. I have a little bit more fruit. We need to make. Let's see if we're gonna make a furnace with that stone shit. Silverstone National Park. Or is it Yellowstone? Geography, bro. So yeah, it's raw, so obviously we can cook it up. But the question is, what can we do with it once it is smelted? That is the question. What is that log run ingot? Wow, what am I doing, dude? What am I doing? Place one of these things. Stupid man. Like, what is that? Okay. Some stuff. Just put it. It's not small. Snacks. It's hell yeah. It's if they're going to pay you, they make me shoot. Hell yeah. James. Whoa. Yeah. So I want to take this. It's supposed to. Okay. Take back. I like eating anything. I don't know. So, I give it back. I died. So the vegetables. Some cheese. Here. It's a slingshot animal. Make a slingshot. Serving individuals in the furry community and as the season, and each of them fit with just genetic materials.
Obsidian, volcanic glass that shatters into the sharpest blades on Earth. Measuring only 10 molecules thick at its tip, it is 100 times sharper than conventional steel surgical scalpel blades, and only 10 times more expensive at 100 euros per blade, since each one needs to be handmade by pressure flaking the edge until it has reached the desired sharpness. Being that sharp, it can cut through individual cells instead of tearing through them. Being cut cause less trauma, resulting in less inflammation and scarring. This difference is so dramatic that under the microscope, incisions made with steel blades look like they were made using a chainsaw compared to those made with obsidian blades, which is why an archaeologist once requested surgery with obsidian blades he made himself. Introducing obsidian, a volcanic glass that shatters into the sharpest blades on Earth. Measuring only 10 molecules thick at its tip, it is 100 times sharper than conventional steel surgical scalpel blades, and only 10 times more expensive at 100 euros per blade, since each one needs to be handmade by pressure flaking the edge until it has reached the desired sharpness. Being that sharp, it can cut through individual cells instead of tearing through them, and these clean cuts cause less trauma, resulting in less inflammation and scarring. This difference is so dramatic that under the microscope, incisions made with steel blades look like they were made using a chainsaw compared to those made with obsidian blades, which is why an archaeologist once requested surgery with obsidian blades he made himself. Introducing obsidian.
Hi, Claire. Hey, this is my husband, Phil. Scissor.
I am a real estate agent.
We gotta go.
Well, we'll have to have you over sometime.
I love it.
Bye. She's awesome.
No, we are never
Over. That still looks like a girl bike.
I would like to.
Nice bike, Sally.
Dad,
Hey, looks like little Bo Peep on that thing. He's getting a new bike this afternoon.
this is the coolest bike ever.
Awesome. So listen, buddy, certain members of this family don't think you can take care of this bad boy. Your words, not mine. We feel like this is a chance for you to show some responsibility. Don't make us look like jerks here.
I won't.
Okay, I've like 3 buttloads of fun. 10 minutes after making a promise to me, he leaves his bike unlocked, so I decided to teach him a lesson and let him think his bike was stolen. Oh, hey.
Hey, this is really embarrassing, but I locked myself out of my house.
Do that all the time. Don't be embarrassed.
I was hoping you could help me. There's a window open, but I can't reach it. Would you mind?
Yeah. You know what they say, every time God closes the door, he opens a window. I guess in this case, every time he locks it down. Okay, what do we got here?
Are you sure I can't get you something to drink?
Yeah, no, I'm fine.
What's wrong?
The bike's gone.
Can I help you find it?
Thank you. So to teach him a lesson, I took his bike, and then crazy thing, I put it down for 1 minute, and someone swiped it from me. Maybe that was your dad teaching you a lesson. There. So, any chance I could get a break on this one? I can throw in a bell deal for $5. No, sir. It was pretty fun today, huh? Get a new bike? So, what happened after I took off?
Not really.
If I went out to the garage, take a picture for a scrapbook, there'd be no surprises.
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean it. I just made a mistake.
Yeah, a big mistake.
It's just a scratch, Dad.
That's not the point, Luke. What?
I scratched it on my way into the driveway. I'm sorry.
It's not stolen.
No. Why?
That's good.
Santa, why are you trying to sneak around and hide things from me? I actually think it's pretty funny.
You do.
You steal a bike from some park and the bike gets stolen. Since so where were you getting it stolen?
I was getting some gas.
Well, honey, please, let's try to remember that I'm life's not gone. In the future, everything's fine. Okay.
Get back here.
Bye. I have a bike.
Oh, good. You, station.
No, at my house. One of my neighbors saw it. Put it in my garage when you were in my bedroom. So.
It's my bike.
Well,
Claire. Hey, this is my husband, Phil. Scissor.
I am a real estate agent.
The brakes. What? Why? Who would like to get by? We're not public. Those are God's mistakes. They're
Ice Gorge. Another gorge. What? Like vampires. Oh, dogs. Ice Gorge. She done Gorge. Ice Gorge. Gorge. Cherry. What? Gorge. What? What a prime vampire. No, we're going to die. Thank you. No. No. Die, not here. Yes, it's sure. Yes. But die.
Close to the lights. Just come down here. No. Get me out. 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 For $1, name this Pixar location. Radiator Springs. That is correct. You want to keep the dollar or do you want to double it and risk it for 2?
Double it and risk it for 2.
Where's this?
The Land of the Dead from Coco.
That is correct. Sorry, you got $2. You want to double it for 4?
Double it and risk it.
All right. Where's that?
That is. Do you want like the specific name of the current?
Yes.
He's already getting cooked. No, they're gonna cook you for this. You should know this. No, we're not to the hard ones yet. The current, you have got the blank current.
I don't think I've ever watched an email.
You're gonna say it, and I'm gonna like shit answer. This is not a final locked-in answer. Is it literally just like Australia? You're not far off. I know. I'm pretty sure I know the address. The 3243 Wallaby Way, Sydney.
Wow, you don't even know the address. 3 more seconds. I thought Pixar was your strong suit.
Cook them. I cook at school. No,
that is the EAC. It's the East Australia current. Okay, I'm gonna put you down back at 0, but we can keep going. So for $1.
Sorry, yeah. Paradise Falls.
Correct. You wanna go? Keep going.
Oh, that's Monstropolis.
That is correct. That's for 2. You wanna go for 4?
This is my favorite movie of all time, Toy Story 3. That's Sunnyside Daycare, specifically the Butterfly Classroom.
See, I knew he was in there somewhere. I knew it was in there. Okay, do you want to keep going? Great.
Oh, Element City from.
That is correct. All right, you got 8. Do you want to lock it down or you want to go for 16?
This is the kitchen of Gusteau's.
Gusteau's is correct. All right, you got 16. Do you want to go for 32? All right.
The Axiom.
Do you want 32 or do you want to go for 64? I'll go for 64. Oh, that's Great Before from Soul. Unfortunately, that is correct. I'm gonna give you one more to cap that on. So we keep the 64. Make me run. What do you think it's gonna be? 4 to 6. You want me to pull it up? I have my locked in my thing. And plus for 2. Good guess. It's this one. Oh, wait. It's an eventually Ghibli movie. Look up. Oh, wait. Really kind of wanted to win at this point. So that's your answer. Order Rosas. Frick, I don't have that much cash. We'd have Venmo or Apple Cash or PayPal. Hey man, this guy $100. Anything give me AC. This is full of crap. The game's the game. $1.
To the barriers. Yeah, it's big. They got my data. There are people already kind of doing tunnel carrying witness luggage, but they still give me a hard time. This was about traffic. It's not like such great. I guess the same for the year. To take it. Yeah, there is a why did you guys have me get here? So stop at the fact that I small big or then a big boss showed up acting like she had no idea what was going on. So in case you need help with guys. Choice we can discuss. We have some still expect to an action. First thing in this jet like bullshit. I couldn't imagine how much worse things would get. But I need to first in my life. And there's just why I just blame to myself for being unlucky enough to be their assistant. I never thought love would ever come my way. I just up. Next to the past was not something that actually wasn't at all. Never made so much just got outrageous. I got into the first bus lounge and even had a fancy facial treatment. For a moment, I thought it might be turned around, and I turned around. They accidentally smelled my drink. Man's pants. I was so embarrassed and picked up apologizing. As soon as I sat down, I realized that I had just spilled the drink sitting right next to him without it to apologize. But then suddenly created a big smile. I could only get super awkward smile. There's
they were facing a there. They granted measurement to final taxi to the hotel. Save the now, just as I was stressing out that same value. Since he was still in the same way, I wanted to say no, but then I just had to agree, but I never expected that. I could have left me totally upgraded. Sorry, my second year. Did that make an expectation? Yes, I did. I had done the fantastic. Yes, that's the fact that you go up to. So I came up with something, and I said to him, "I have this great idea. Split the band-aid, that's all I told you. It's there, that's take me out of getting killed. It was so much. Just over the time, it's still. And the book. So I don't know we had a couple of trades in. You remember that character? My customer was copying.
Nitro Lord, also known as Cresta81, and Lore Buddy, was a 20-year-old Roblox YouTuber with over 150,000 subscribers and millions of views. You're born in Japan, a time where samurais, ninjas, and shoguns are all the rage. You're not born in Lane, a proud merchant family. You're a humble farming village. You were born into an hereditary execution play. Your caste? Ida, which literally means filthy. You don't have a name yet. Your birth certificate might as well say, "Do not touch." Neighbors won't visit. Priests won't bless you. And if you drop dead, be worrying about purifying the ground and burning you. Because even among your caste, you're the lowest of them. Welcome to life in society's bottom shelf. Some years pass, and you're 5 now. Your house is on the edge of town. Not edge like scenic, edge like quarantine. You grow up only knowing your mother and father, and your odd uncle that sometimes visits late at night. You know people don't like your family much. It becomes quite obvious when you see people cross streets just to get away from you and your mother at the market. You notice that even the criminals are afraid of you. Not because you're tough. After all, how tough can a 5-year-old be? You're 7 when you first understand why. Your father wakes you up early one day and tells your mother to prepare you for the day. He says you're going on a journey, so you follow him. The journey leads you to an execution ground. You see a man tied to a wooden stake. He's calm. Too calm. Then you see your father show up next to him. He draws his blade, takes one silent breath, and places the man's head clean off. You flinch. No one else does. This is just a normal Tuesday for them. Later that day, you ask your father if you can become a virgin, or a monk, or literally anything that doesn't involve dismembering people in front of a crowd. He doesn't laugh. He just says, "No one else will ever let you forget what we are." At age 12, your education starts. While other boys learn kanji and Confucian ethics, you are learning the basics on how to remove a human head in one stroke. First lesson, anatomy of animals in the human body. Second lesson, beheading. You start small with birds, then pigs, and finally stray dogs. Then to unclaimed corpses. You hesitate. Your father doesn't shout. He just hands you the blade again and says, "Better them than you." You learn how to identify them.
Hi.
Hey, how are you?
Good.
So we got the info for our first day party, but it's on the same day as like a really, really important Jewish holiday. So I'm like, I don't know. I don't know.
Up to you. What do you mean you don't know?
Because like I want to go, but it's not like the same. Like it's like gonna be for like Jewish holidays.
You can't do both.
I don't think I can really.
Okay, so Jewish or parties? Religion or party?
And no, like it's like a holiday celebration kind of holiday. And yes, but it's not. It's like it's like a holiday where like you reflect. You don't do anything like indulging. You don't you like I don't know how to explain. Like you just don't do because you reflect in the past year and try to like see how you can make yourself better. And like it's just going to like a date party doesn't align with that.
It sounds boring, so that's probably why you want to go to the party.
Hanging up on you.
No, hold on, wait. Girl. Okay, fine. I'm sorry. Okay, so well, I don't know. I'm not Jewish. I don't know how. I don't know.
That's where the head should come on. Clean, silent, dignified. He tells you that you don't aim to kill. You aim to honor the technique. You start memorizing death rituals like multiplication tables. Samurai did seppuku, which he performed by beheading them after they stabbed themselves in the abdomen with a short sword. After, he really focuses on that word. Peasants get a hanging. Traitors get crucified in public for added flair. He tells you that each crime has a designated end. Each end has a proper pose. You learn to clean blood from wood without staining it. You learn how to tie a rope just tight enough for strangulation, but loose enough for spectacle. You learn that most people don't scream. They just look at you, like you're not real. At the end of your learning phase, your friends are imaginary. Your clothes are second-hand with corpses. And your idea of a good day is one where the wind blows the smell away. You don't dream of being a hero. Well, except when the hero's power is invisibility. You're 15 when you commit your first murder. They don't call it that, of course. They call it ceremony or fulfilling the law. But it's a gift. A samurai has been sentenced to seppuku. You're the kaishikune, the one that delivers the final cut, the clean one, the merciful one. He kneels in white robes, says a poem, and slits his belly. Then he looks at you. You freeze. He nods, not with fear, with trust. Your hands don't shake, not anymore. You raise the blade, straight down, and his head hits the mat like it was always meant to be there. The crowd bows, not to him, not to the gods, to you. That night, you wash the blade 3 times. It still smells like blood. You don't eat, you don't sleep. Your father pats your head before leaving incense at the shrine. You sit beside it, staring, because no one told you that mercy and murder could look exactly the same. No one tells you that the first time someone dies by your hand, they stay there, behind your eyes, forever. You're 20 when the title becomes yours. The shogunate seals it with ink and indifference. Your name as the official executioner and sword tester of Edo. But it doesn't feel like a promotion. It feels like inheritance wrapped in iron and blood. Your father watches silently as you kneel, the decree still drying. He says nothing. He doesn't have to. You both know what this means. No turning back. Your days shift. You no longer clean after executions. You perform them. Every blade stroke is a test of your sword, of your nerve, of your ability to pretend this is normal. You memorize vertebrae like scripture, third to fourth cervical. That's the sweet spot. One clean cut. No sound, no twitch. The body slumps. The head drops forward. Never rolls. That's your signature. One day you're summoned for work. So the crowd gathers at Kozaka Park. Silent, waiting, watching. Some cover their children's eyes. Others lean in. Ignore them all. Except her. Your fiancée. Daughter of a grave digger. Betrothed since birth. A perfect match, they say. She stands at the edge of the crowd, wrapped in blanket. Smiles at you. You smile back. But don't move. You never do. You're afraid to touch her with blood-soaked hands. Afraid she'll see what you become. So you lift the blanket. Say, and wrap your hands. You open her. Looking, she sees the pain. Yes, she she'll be 6 or so. Everybody comes in with the bears. Number 5 bodies in one swing. So since the large leaves the blade's tag, goes to the silk robes, beat, respected, never touched. You're capable. You're still. You look nice out. Let him get built in execution where it's close to the smoke snow. Far enough. It's great. After your father. Well, first John. But going out of prayers, which is the love. A name of son was also here. You're here for something. In your own legend. Officials now. Schools. Actually, they hear your name. Said I not with a great respect. But when you walk through the line, the stones get quiet. But she refuses to be loved. My self-respect for change down. Tread. Touching her hand by 7 people. People whisper your name like it hurts. You execute the same way with the most street. Each one of these nights will make them. You try to forget the faces. You try to forget their food. Because some of them say thank you. That's the part that keeps going. Your job is an execution. Yeah. So beside this, it's just another job. It's when we execute. It's great. It's like trying to pressure next year. To keep it. Just called death bonus. Supposed to drink out. Reflection. They sell. Give them patience. You stop that example. Slip the hands and sink forward. It's another trying to wait. It's like the open gate. She's full of these souls keep it out. Time. To be the force of patience. All results of the steam. I'm stronger than I am. Reverse this. It's a assessment. Something person. It's the same. As the worst thing of all. The friend. You have resilience of simple. It's a sense of power. That's learned. She goes with the so she still you still sometimes shuts it over yourself. You still see the faces. The ones who struggle. Once spread up where you played. Trees of the
scared. Thousands of lives yourself.